take a look at this guy, and so they bring him in, get a look at him, see what he can do, and go from there. But you can never have too much hype, right? If you're Sacramento, you got Joel Embiid, you got Alex Len, and so I'm not sure where he fits in all of this, but they made a minor move. They took a flyer on this guy.
Yeah, in a way, Kyle, and not to spend too much time on Philip Petrusev because he may not be a factor at all, but reminds me of a type of almost like an Oakland A's Moneyball move where this guy's available. He was a really highly regarded prospect about 3 years ago. You can get him. We also get some cash. There's no harm. There's some upside there potentially. There's no harm. So why not make a move like that, right?
No, exactly. It doesn't cost you anything, and who knows? You might have a diamond in the rough or somebody like that. This guy played at Montverde Academy in Florida, and is that the same one as Keegan Murray? I'm trying to think. Keegan Murray played at a prep school in Florida as well, and so Montverde. No, he played at DME Academy. If I'm correct, Montverde turned out Joel Embiid. I think Embiid played there. And so, he got some basketball pedigree.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what he can deliver for this Kings team. But, you're right. You take a flyer. It doesn't cost you anything. Hopefully you found a diamond in the rough.
Yeah. You have any reasons for optimism for the Kings tonight? Obviously, they lost to the Warriors on Friday with De'Aaron Fox. And of late, other than that game 6 there last year in the playoffs, Warriors have kind of had their way with the Kings. No De'Aaron Fox tonight. So looks like potentially rough sledding. Where do you think Kings fans should hang their hat in terms of having some optimism about tonight's game?
No, you should be optimistic. I know the Warriors have had your number per se. They've owned you, winning 8 out of the last 11 matchups, including preseason and the playoffs. But everybody counted the Kings out in Game 6. If you remember last year during the playoffs, the Warriors had a chance to close them out here at Chase Center on their floor, and the Kings totally dominated that game. And I go back to, what Scal told me, Brian Scalabrine once told me, especially early on, right after a player gets injured, you see teams usually get like a little bit of boost because guys that wouldn't get minutes, now it's their turn. So they're fired up. They're ready to go. They're putting in extra work. And so I think that's what we'll see tonight. I'm excited to see how the Kings function without De'Aaron Fox. This team is deep enough to survive in the short term without him. And Davion Mitchell, now's your time. When you were a rookie, you filled in for De'Aaron Fox, you average, 19 points a game. I know it's a different offense and a different time, but now's your chance to show all that growth you made in the offseason. And so I'm excited to see the guys and how they respond tonight.
Yes, Kyle Draper coming to us from San Francisco, where he's got the play-by-play on NBC Sports California tonight. Whitey Gleason here. The Drive guys get ready for once again, the Kings and the Warriors. And I a few years ago, I would not have dreamed that I'd be saying this, Kyle. One of my hopes for tonight is that the Kings shut up Steph Curry, who's gone from being, oh, what a nice guy. Oh, and he has fun. And now he's with all the gesticulations and the Home Alone face and the night. And, I don't remember a player who kind of changed his reputation the way he has from being just such a nice young man to, well, this guy's got a little edge to him. He's entitled to that. Bless him. But I want the Kings to shut him up tonight.
I'm 100% with you. Steph Curry, obviously a great player, one of the game's greatest players, a nice guy off the court. Also, Whitey, he signed jerseys for my kids.
Okay.
And I didn't say one jersey, multiple jerseys. Every time he's in Sacramento, he stops and signs. And so, I want to hate the guy so much because it's a rival. Sacramento and Golden State is a rival. But I'm with you, man. That the whole, mouthpiece thing, the night, it just everything. Even when he shoots a 3-pointer, kicking out, begging for the foul call, we did a segment, me and Chris Watkins over the summer, some of our most unlikable players. And Steph Curry was at the top of our list, both of ours, because he's great. We understand. Role model, good in the community. He's an icon, no doubt about it. But when he's on the other team, it drives me nuts watching this guy play. And so somebody needs to shut him up. And somebody needs to send a message to Draymond Green also.
Exactly.
I haven't forgotten about that, Whitey.
Yeah.
I still remember game 2, Draymond stepping on my guy Sabonis. And so we'll see him tonight. And hopefully Domas has a little get back, a little payback tonight.
The thing about Steph Curry is when he did the, light the beam in game 7 last year and now giving the Kings the night, he knows he's irritating Kings fans. So that's intentional. He's trying to get us riled up. So it's not our fault that we want to see him. Oh, nice father, nice guy. It's your fault, Steph, that we're rooting so hard to see the Kings shut you up. You brought that on yourself by antagonizing us, and I really hope the Kings are able, one way or the other, to kind of level things up tonight. I would love to see that. Not sure how likely it is, but Kings fans are rooting for that almost as hard as I root for a win tonight.
Yeah, and here's the thing about Steph Curry. If I'm a Sacramento Kings fan, and if I'm a Sacramento Kings player, I'm accepting that. Okay, Steph, you want to talk the trash, you want to do the night. That should motivate you, right, Whitey? Like, you shouldn't have to really get up to play the Warriors, but when Steph does stuff like that, that should motivate you. If I'm Davion, I got a picture of Steph on my bedroom wall, and I'm angry. I'm pumping iron like I'm in the clink or something, like I'm in jail. When I get out, when I get on this Chase Center floor, it's going to be a nightmare for Steph Curry. And so, all right, Steph, you want to talk trash. You want to make fun. You want to do the night. We got something for you. And so that's why this game is so important for Sacramento, just to, earn a little respect too, man. I just mentioned it.
Yeah.
They're 3-8 against the Warriors over their last 11 games. You got to have some pride, some respect. Speaking of pride, it's Pride Night here inside Chase Center. So I want to see our squad, the Kings, come in here and show some pride tonight.
Where do they have you in the Chase Center? And I know you've been in there many times. What do you think? You were just in Golden One. How does Chase, a newer building, compare to the Golden One?
You set me up here, Whitey. I see what you try. You know what? I tell you what. When you're inside the arena, Chase Center is nice.
Yeah.
The seats are nice. The views are nice. The problem is when you walk into the concourse area and when you're walking into the building, it doesn't feel like you're in an arena. And that's where, they come up, really short of Golden One Center. Matter of fact, the Lakers game the other night, I went upstairs at Golden One Center to the 200 level. I went up there and walked around, and I could still get the feel of the arena, the buzz of the arena. Chase Center, I tell you what, once you leave the Arena Bowl, you forget you're in a stadium. You forget that you got 18,000 screaming fans there because it's so cold, and so it doesn't hold a candle to Golden One. But you know what? Their fans will be rocking today. I'm interested in seeing the atmosphere because a lot of times you hear people say, oh, it's not a rivalry. It's not trust me, their fans will be geeked up for this one. They'll be fired up for this one. And so I'm excited for it.
Yeah. And I got to say, being totally honest, I've been very impressed by the start they're off to. We touched on this a little bit during the crossover. The fact that Chris Paul already has decided and agreed to come off the bench, and he's played very well with the second unit. And he's played very well in some, as we saw Friday night, some of the finishing lineups. That really goes a long ways towards solidifying their, we always talk about culture. When Andre Iguodala years ago decided, okay, I'll come off the bench, I think that really set the tone for that quote-unquote Warrior culture. Chris Paul agreeing to do it just this year and playing well, I think that has a similar impact on them. And so far, it's very early, but I was hoping that they would take a little longer to figure things out, and they're really impressive so far, especially the aforementioned Steph Curry.
Yeah, they're playing extremely well. On a 3-game road winning streak, 3 in a row. They're 3-1. But I will say this: I'm not going to jump on the Warriors bandwagon and say they figured it out. It's smooth sailings right now. It's like the 5-0 San Francisco 49ers. Everything's right. Everything's good. But when you hit that adversity, what happens when you hit that 3-game losing streak? Chris Paul is playing 30 minutes a night and they're winning. So he's going to be happy. But what about Andrew Wiggins? Andrew Wiggins is only playing 25 minutes per game, averaging 10 points per game. Is he all of a sudden, in January, if this keeps up, is he going to start griping? Is he going to start chirping? And so, all is right now in Warriors land. They're coming out fired up. They're playing extremely well to start the season, but they haven't hit any adversity yet.
True.
And look at the teams they've faced, outside of Sacramento, and Phoenix in the opener. I mean, you go on the road you beat New Orleans. New Orleans is a flawed team right now. Zion's still trying to get his legs. You beat was San Antonio, I think.
It was Houston. They beat Houston
yeah,
Sunday.
You beat Houston, and we know Houston is still trying to figure things out. And so, they're 3-1, looking good, but they haven't faced the upper echelon cream of the crop yet. And so tonight will be another test for them.
Yeah, it would be nice to see the Kings put a little dent in that quick start, but fingers crossed. Is there anything you'd say here, Kyle, 1 week into the season, anything that surprises you, or what surprises you the most so far, looking league-wide at the first week of the NBA season?
You put me on the spot, but I'm gonna go back to the Dallas Mavericks.
Mm-hmm.
I think Dallas, and what they've been able to do so far this season, and I know they haven't beaten anybody, but they look like a much better team. Luka's playing at an MVP level. Obviously, some of their new additions, I think, has really paid off. Grant Williams is playing well for Dallas, so they're a surprise team. Also, how about that win by San Antonio last night over Phoenix? I thought that was a huge win. They sit at 2-2 on the season. Wembanyama looks good. He looks great. Obviously, he's going to get better. But they got some other pieces also. Devin Vassell is a solid player. And so, they've been sort of a surprise, I think, so far this season. I guess the biggest surprise, I just got word as I was walking in, is that Paul George and Kawhi Leonard are going to play on the second night of a back-to-back.
No.
How shocking is that?
Come on.
Right? That might be the biggest surprise.
Is that a prank? Are you pranking us?
Right? It's Halloween, April Fools. What's going on here? So that might be the biggest surprise so far this season.
Okay.
I think they're supposed to play tonight against the Lakers. Yes.
I have to confess, last night, watching the Suns and the Spurs, and I think the Spurs make a little rally, and then the Suns got it back to like 9 or 11 in the fourth quarter. I turned it off. So
did I.
Did you? Okay.
I thought the Suns had that thing. I was like, all right, Suns got this. And sure enough, you wake up this morning, oh my God, the Spurs came back and won that game. And so nice win for them. Good win.
Yeah. And I think another thing that surprises me so far is the fact that Memphis, they haven't won a game yet.
Yeah, they're really hampered with injuries, obviously. No John Morant, no Steven Adams, Clark, and so what I'm seeing from Memphis, and maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm being a hater and everything like that. They're 0-4 right now. And Jaren Jackson Jr. was supposed to be this all-world guy, take this leap and be great. And I'm looking at him, and, he's at 18 points and only 7 rebounds. Like, those are pedestrian numbers. Mm-hmm. Those are numbers you should get in your sleep if you're Jaren Jackson Jr. He has not been great for them. Desmond Bane's been awesome, averaging better than 25 points. But they need more from Jaren Jackson Jr. I mean, he's been a disappointment, I think, through the first 4 games.
Yeah, and I know it's early, but I think in the West this year it's going to be so compacted that any really 3 or 4 game losing streak can really have an impact down the road. So little surprised they're struggling, but you're right. It's easy to see why they are. We're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, I'll tell you why for the first time in years, I'm glad that the Raiders left. I'm glad they're not in the Bay Area anymore. Kyle is in the Bay Area. I'm here in our Sacramento studios. It's the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division title, GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and All-NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each and every Sacramento Kings game can be heard right here on your proud home of the Beam team, Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave asking you, are you feeling the pain of paying more and more for your gas? PG&E has increased their rates 4 times in the last 5 years, and the new forecast says PG&E customers may see their bills increase 32% by 2026. The good thing is there are steps you can take to protect yourself from these rate hikes, and better yet, American Energy may be able to help you completely eliminate your gas bill with a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. Did you know SMUD offers huge rebates to eliminate your old gas Gas Guzzler. They can help you guide through the whole process. Seriously, listen to me. You go to the SMUD website. There's tons of rebates available, but it is confusing on how to do it. Listen to these rebates. $2,500 from American Energy, $3,500 from SMUD, $1,000 from Caltech, $2,000 home system upgrades. That's $9,000 in rebates. Let American Energy help you out at 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality. Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Drive Guys with you. And yeah, as you know, Kyle Draper at Chase Center in San Francisco. He's got the play-by-play tonight on NBC Sports California. And I know I talk a lot about the two arenas, and part of that is because I'm just really impressed by the fact that Sacramento built the Golden One Center, and then the Warriors build Chase. And I thought, oh my goodness, they're going to learn from everything that went right here, and they're probably going to come up with a much better building. And Chase, it's a wonderful building. It's beautiful,
right,
but it's not Golden One Center. And I'm just proud of Sacramento in that regard.
You know what it is too, Whitey. Golden One Center has a warmthness about it.
Mm-hmm.
Golden One Center sort of resembles Sacramento. A big city, but with a small town feel, like a family kind of atmosphere, a family kind of feel. And so when you walk around Golden One Center, you see friends from the neighborhood. You see long lost friends, people you haven't seen. It's sort of like a one giant family reunion when you go to Golden One Center. And you come here to Chase Center, it's all corporatized. It feels a little cold. It feels a little stale. And so that's a big difference, I think, in these two buildings.
Yeah, Amadrock here on the chat. Really interesting point. Very cogent point. He says, I went to both Chase Center and Golden One for Metallica concerts. Golden One Center is much easier to navigate. He says there are too many corridors to get lost in.
Yeah.
And I think 50 years from now, they're going to find like skeletons of media members at Chase, or people with the media credentials on, I guess he never could find his way to the elevator. Because I've almost been one of those people. It's like a catacombs in there.
In an arena, it should be very simple. On the inside, you walk around. On the outside of the court, of the arena bowl, you walk around. Like it should be just a one continuous circle, right? Like an oval.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like that when you get down to the bowels of Chase Center. It's like you got to make a left to go here, or right there. You got to find Steve Kerr's press conference. It's sort of like a maze, and it shouldn't be that complex. I just don't get it. And so that's what I love about Golden One. It's like you could just walk around. You may not know exactly where you're going, but you're going to bump into where you need to be at some point if you keep walking around.
I agree with Tim Roy, though, he was nice enough to join us Friday, of course, when the Warriors were here. And he said they're two of the most beautiful, I think he said the two most beautiful buildings in the whole NBA in Northern California. So good for us. It's a great time to be a pro basketball fan in Northern California. It's not a very good time to be a pro football fan in Las Vegas. The Raiders, Kyle, what's going on? Mark Davis has had it, firing his head coach and his GM. Is that going to fix things? Have the Raiders turned it around?
Hey, it's a start. I tell you that, because when you look at the roster, they have talent on that roster. But I said it yesterday to you, Whitey. I said, is Josh McDaniels trying to get fired? Because when I looked at that game the other night against Detroit, you're down 3-0. You got the ball 4th and 2 on your own 49. Why don't you play the field position game? It's still early. You're only down a field goal. Why try a gutsy play then? And Detroit marched down and they got a field goal and it made it 6-0. So it didn't hurt you a whole lot, but it just did not seem like a smart call. And when you look at Josh McDaniels, how many chances is this guy going to get? I understand it didn't work out in Denver. He was awful in Denver, a combined 11-17 in two seasons there. So then he goes back to Bill Belichick, goes back to the roost, and hangs, with his coach, works on some things, and you thought he would be better. But here, what? And with the Raiders, 9-16 is the record, and it's just, I think his time is up. I was driving down here to the Bay Area, and I was thinking, how many chances is this guy gonna get? I think what Josh McDaniels is a really good offensive coordinator, but a lousy head coach.
Yeah. Teams do not like in football to fire their coach in season.
Yeah.
And he's been fired in season now twice. And I guess some people are trying to give Mark Davis some credit for cleaning up this mess, but I can't give him much credit for that because this, again, was a mess of his own making. What will this be now? Whoever he hires next as a coach and GM, think that'll be his fourth regime?
Right.
Because, and Del Rio and Reggie McKenzie, they actually made some progress. And he went with Gruden and Mike Mayock and now Ziegler and Josh McDaniels, and they're out. I think we throw the term around too loosely where we say, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. But Mark Davis does not know what he's doing. He has no idea what he's doing. And like I said before we took a break here, this is the first time in my life I'm glad they're not in the Bay Area anymore because it's a clown show. And as long as he's running things, I don't like their chances of ever turning things around and becoming respectable again.
And I get that. And let me ask you this: why are the Las Vegas Aces the model franchise in the WNBA? Why are they doing it right? Is it because he's not involved as much? Maybe, like, he's the owner of them too. And so why is he so bad in the football realm of things, but they figured it out in basketball? I legitimately want to know.
My guess would be, who knows, but my guess would be he thinks, hey, my dad was great, one of the greatest coaches, not just a, seminal figure in pro football, but a great coach. And, some of that rubbed off on me. And basketball, I don't know. I'll let somebody else handle that. But football, I know what I'm doing. I'll never forget this story. And I know I mention this all the time. He's at dinner at, I guess, P.F. Chang's, and that's, P.F. Chang's is wonderful, but he goes there all the time. And he's at dinner with Reggie McKenzie, and there's a writer there. And he takes the napkin and he tears off two pieces of the napkin and says, Reggie, this is what I need. And Reggie McKenzie's like, what? And he goes, I need two corners. I need two corners, Reggie. That to me is, that is the classic Mark Davis moment. Yeah. Can you imagine if you're Reggie McKenzie? Like, what the F are you talking about? And that's the guy running the show.
Yeah, that's the guy. I will say this, though. Listening to Antonio Pierce today, he said he won the press conference today. He said all the right things. And I'm encouraged by what I heard from him. The first thing he did was say Aiden O'Connell is our starting quarterback. He benched Jimmy Garoppolo. And so to me, and, you and I, we've talked about it. We're both Jimmy fans, but something's just not right.
Right.
Something's just not right with Jimmy right now. Now, the rest of the season, you can see what you have in Aiden O'Connell and then maybe address the quarterback situation after this. But right now, they're a dumpster fire. Mm-hmm. And I would surmise that it wasn't the loss to Detroit that was the nail in the coffin. It was the loss the week before to the Chicago Bears. That was was the low point. Like, how do you lose to the Chicago Bears? And Fields didn't even play in that game. Mark Davis was so busy, celebrating the parade with the Las Vegas Aces, so he waited a week. But this move should have been made last week. I mean, it's the least surprising move, I think, of this NFL season. I think we've all seen it coming. Maybe not in season. But, I don't think anybody is saying McDaniels, this isn't deserved. Like, he earned this firing, Josh McDaniels did.
No question. And you mentioned Antonio Pierce in his media conference today. We have some sound. Yeah, Antonio Pierce actually did a great job today. Here's a brand new Raider coach, interim head coach, Antonio Pierce.
And had opportunities to leave and go to other organizations. I decided not to. The short story, the matter of fact is I grew up in Compton, California. I was born a Raider. I was born with the Raiders rolling in the Coliseum in L.A. I was rolling with NWA, talking straight out of Compton, rocking Raider hats. So when the opportunity came to work with Josh and Pat Graham and Dave, I jumped on it. So that's what set me up for this. I was born this way.
Here's that's great.
Sign me up. I'm Raider Nation now, baby. That's what I'm talking. That's what Raider Nation needs. They need to feel connected to the organization. And Mark Davis, Josh McDaniels, They don't scream Raiders. Like, Josh McDaniels is not a Raider. Antonio Pierce is.
Yeah, but he's also a linebacker, which is great. And that's, the Raiders are averaging, I think it's 15.8 points a game. 15.8 points a game. So who's the next head coach going to be? He's a linebacker. Come on. I mean, he could be your coordinator or something.
On, Whitey, you know better than so defensive coaches can't work out. You bring in a great offensive coordinator, right?
My whole future depends on, as you said, the new quarterback, right? Aiden O'Connell.
Yeah.
I would want to get a head coach. Nothing against Antonio Pierce. Like, hey, promote him. Like I say, you're the new defensive coordinator. This would be tremendous. But I would want to get an offensive-minded head coach in there. But what do I know? I'm not Mark Davis, thank goodness. Speaking of football, the 49ers, they won the deadline day yesterday. At least that's the way some see it. Will that help them win any football games? Kyle's in San Francisco. I'm here in Sacramento. It's a Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA3 Weather Center. It's first day of November. We're looking at a mild day today under mostly sunny skies and light winds. Highs will peak in the mid-70s. Expect overnight lows in the mid-40s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
Winter's coming, so let's kick off the cold season right and get your heater all tuned up. Now just $79. No matter how cold it gets outside, you'll always be warm and toasty inside. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because only the Sleep Number Climate 360 smart bed lets you each sleep up to 13 degrees cooler or warmer on either side, while you both sleep at your ideal level of firmness, comfort, and support, your Sleep Number setting. And now our all-new next-gen smart beds have temperature benefits, so you sleep better night after night. And now the new Queen Sleep Number C2 smart bed is only $8.99. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Get big savings and big rewards now during Provember at Lowe's. Right now, save $80 on a DeWalt 20-volt 2-tool combo kit and earn 3 times the bonus points. Redeem those points for offers like NFL tickets to regular season games, a Super Bowl 58 experience for 2, and more rewards. Because Lowe's knows savings, Lowe's knows pros. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 11/22, subject to change.
One of the things with running is I want to enjoy the run, but I never made it very far because the arches in my feet just killed me. So when I got to the end of my rope and I said, I have to do something to get rid of the pain, and a couple of people recommended the Good Feet store to me. I loved how I could go in and get a free personalized arch support fitting. They put that time, that work, that effort into helping you find the right arch supports. And you can walk around the store with these in your shoes and try them out before you purchase them. So after I got my arch supports, the arches on my feet stopped hurting. And the pain instantly, literally instantly went away. So if you have pain, go. Find a Good Feet store and go. There is an answer. Find the simple solution that will get rid of your pain. I'm Rondi, and that's my Good Feet story.
See how Good Feet arch supports work for you before you buy with a free fitting and test walk at the Good Feet store.
Knee, hip, foot, leg, or back pain? Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
It's no secret to golf enthusiasts that Timber Creek and Sierra Pines in Roseville are one of the region's most unique and scenic places to enjoy a great game of golf. 27 holes, boundless options. Elevate your game on our newly renovated driving range, putting green, and chipping area. Whether you're aiming for fun, lower scores, or all-around growth, we've got you covered. Experience golfing dreams in Roseville and book your tee time at timbercreekgc.com. Timber Creek and Sierra Pines, your ultimate golf haven.
Get your retirement savings to play ball with your retirement plan. Call Cap Trust today at 916-924-7527 or log on to captrust.com.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Isn't it great to have Kings basketball tonight? You can hear it right here, of course, on Sactown Sports. If you're watching the game, you can check out NBC Sports California. Hal Draper with the call. This will be, is this your third game already this year?
Yeah, third out of four.
Nice.
Hey, your boy, hey, come on, man. Don't sound so surprised.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah, I think I got 14 of the first 17 or 15 of 18. So your boy, hey, this is it, man. This is what I came to Sac for. A chance to do this, for a great franchise, a great team that's on the rise. So I'm excited, man.
Yeah, Kings fans, as we said, are getting a little agitated here. Patrick Donaldson on the chat says, I used to like Curry before he started all the theatrics. And he also points out, as you said, 2 of the Warriors' 3 wins were against a horrible Houston team and a Pelicans team without Ingram. So I get it. They have been playing well, but I understand they haven't had a really, impressive schedule that they played so far.
Yeah, and they got to hit some bumps and bruises. It's all going great now. Sunshine and rainbows. The road is nice and smooth. But after this, they got a 3-game road trip. And I know they've played well on the road so far, but, it's way early. What happens, like I said, when they go on that first 3-game losing streak? What happens when Steve Kerr decides to bench Chris Paul late in the game, instead go with a bigger lineup? And so we'll figure it out. We'll see how these Warriors do now. They should enjoy this now because they're an aging team too, Whitey. Let's keep it real. And so right now, things are going well, but we'll see. It's a long season.
From the 209 here on the text line, 339-1140, 1-800-912-1140. Will Young be a good player is the question from the 209 for the 49ers. Will Young be a good player for the 49ers? That's not coming from you, is it, Kyle? There we go. Sorry, we got that.
I mean, I could rock with it. Trust me on that. That's my kind of music. But no, not that time. That wasn't me.
Will Young be a good player for the 49ers? Yeah, yesterday the 49ers, by some measures, they won the deadline yesterday. A lot of the grades that came out today on the websites saying, that's an A for the 49ers.
Yeah.
But how much do you think, now we've had some time to think about it, Chase Young to the 49ers, how much do you think he can reasonably help this slumping team?
On paper, I think this is a huge move for the Niners. I think this is exactly what they needed on that defensive line. A young, 24-year-old, hungry defensive end who's in a contract year. And I feel like, John Lynch and those, they needed to inject some energy, some new life, because the way it was going, it was trending the wrong way. Now you got the bye week. Now you bring in Chase Young, a guy with something to prove, if you will, and hopefully this shakes things up. And so I think this is a slam dunk move for the Niners. Like, I don't see no negative. You didn't have to give up a whole lot, a 3rd-round compensatory pick, which you'll get back if he leaves and goes elsewhere after the season. And so I think this was a no-brainer move. And, I give it to, Tim Kawakami. He wrote for the, they did win this one. This is a win-win for the Niners.
Yeah. And by the way, Tim Kawakami doubled down on what he was tweeting yesterday. He says he was told the 49ers had something else going on and it didn't come to fruition, but they were apparently working on something. We don't know what it was, probably for a corner, but it didn't happen. But I think Tim Kawakami yesterday, when he said more is coming, I believe that the 49ers were trying really hard to get something else done. But here we are. You brought up a really good question yesterday, if I remember correctly, when you said, all right, everyone talks about, they can't stop the run. Is Chase Young going to help stop the run? And today, John Lynch said, yeah, he's a complete player. He's a great pass rusher, but he's also going to help us stop the run. So that's the key to this acquisition. But did you see what Mike Silver tweeted? There are some questions about Chase Young. Some are saying, well, this is just, like sour grapes that coming from the Commanders. They don't have them anymore, so they're kind of backstabbing him. Here's what Mike Silver tweeted, quote, Young, according to several Commanders coaches and other organizational sources, was viewed as an undisciplined player who developed bad habits, such as deviating from assignments in an effort to make splash plays, end quote. Whoa, undisciplined. How is he going to help turn things around if he's undisciplined? You're not buying it, huh?
Not buying it at all. This is classic. When a guy leaves town, let's start, throwing dirt on his name. Let's start, and the city of Boston was notorious for that. and now they're doing it out there in Washington as well. How come we didn't hear about this last week?
Right.
How come it wasn't an issue 2 weeks ago? Don't all of a sudden the guy leaves, you trade him away, and now you try to save face publicly. Well, the Washington Commanders are having a fire sale right now. That's what it was at trade deadline. And no way you give up on a 24-year-old number 2 overall pick. It just does not make sense to me. And, even if he was undisciplined, I'm a firm believer in organizational culture matters. And so when you look at the Washington culture under Dan Snyder the last few years, it's been a dumpster fire. And so I'm looking forward to Chase Young going to a more respectable legacy kind of franchise, a stable franchise, and a first-class organization, and him turning it around. And so I'm not buying what Mike Silver tweeted out. Sure, they may think that, but to me, that's just sour grapes trying to sully a man's name on his way out of town.
Yeah, especially you would think because they didn't get much for him. So, as you say, you cover your own behinds like, yeah, well, we couldn't get more for him because he's so undisciplined. It probably is. There probably is some truth to it. You play on a bad team, you're going to develop some bad habits, but it's an ideal situation. I agree with you. I think the key to it for the 49ers is that this is a guy that has a lot to prove. His fifth-year option's been declined, and he's got to prove that he's worth a lot of money. And you've already got 2 guys that, as we've discussed, is this impacting the play of Hargrave or Bosa? We don't know, but they did get paid. And now you got a guy who has to earn that next paycheck, and I'll ride with that guy in this situation.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously the Niners will add a cap space to bring them back if they so choose. But no, you're right. And the thing, the reason why I like this move so much is obviously you didn't give up a whole lot to get Chase Young, but the reward far outweighs the risk in this situation, right? You're trying to play for a Super Bowl. And if you're John Lynch and if you're Kyle Shanahan, you want to go all in, whatever it takes. I don't care about the money. I don't care about anything else. If this moves you closer to your goal of getting a Super Bowl, then I'm all for it. And so I'm a big Chase Young fan. And it pains me to say, Whitey, I'm speaking glowingly of something the Niners did, which usually I don't do, but this was a slam dunk move.
By the way, did you hear what Jerry Jones said on his radio show about playing your Eagles?
Oh, shoot. What did he say now?
I kid you not. I don't know if we can play it because we'd have to bleep it. Apparently he said, we're in some serious bleep this week, fellas. He said that on his radio show. I don't know if he didn't know they were on the air. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, we're in some serious bleep this week. You don't say that about another team.
And that's your owner too, right? That's the leader of your franchise already telling you, hey, we had some deep doo-doo coming up. I don't know if I can say that, but yeah,
sure.
That sure doesn't rally the troops. That's for sure.
He's
that
right.
Doesn't evoke confidence.
I mean, he's right, but still,
right.
Some things you keep to yourself. Got a question for you, Kyle, on the text line here. Walter from Stockton, and we know that no Fox tonight and no Trey Lyles. And Walter from Stockton's wondering what's going on with Trey Lyles. When is he coming back? You got any information on Trey Lyles?
Yeah, he's progressing. He's been taking part in practice yesterday, doing some work. I wouldn't be surprised if he plays in one of the Houston games. I think he's really close. From everything I'm hearing, this calf injury, you know how it is, man. It's one of those things that just needs time
Lingers.
to heal, and you don't want to rush him back from something like that because you can re-aggravate it. But he has been progressing in his workouts, and so I fully expect him to make his debut in one of these Houston games, maybe Saturday, more likely Monday. It's interesting as we switch back to basketball. I'm sitting here, I'm in Chase Center right now, Whitey. And there's already a player on the court warming up. This is probably the earliest I've ever seen a player and it's Brandon Pregame, the rookie out of Santa Clara for the Warriors. He's out here getting up shots. This is historically early. Like, this isn't shoot around in the morning. This is 2:30, 2:40, and he's already going through his pregame warmups. Ray Allen was the earliest guy. Him and Kyrie, they used to come in at 3:30 and do it. This is historic right here. 2:30, and this guy's already out on the court warming up.
Good for him. When you're not getting any, you're not playing at all. I guess you got to get your work in somehow. But, a young guy. Good for him. That's impressive. We have a question for you from Linda. She says, Drapes, you and Katie do a great job. What do you think Curry would think if his kids acted like he did?
Ooh, that's it. You know what, Linda? And I'm going to keep it real, Whitey, because that's what I do to our listeners. I always tell my kids, do as I say, not as I do, because I almost got into a fight at the Folsom Lifetime a couple of weeks ago playing pickup ball. So I'm not going to throw any shade at Steph Curry and being a role model for his kids or anything like that, because trust me, I'm not the dude that you want to be like when you play basketball.
Yeah.
It's it gets pretty intense with your boy Drapes out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, on some level, Steph would probably say, look, you just got to be able to back it up. You want to act like that? Look at
and
me.
He's not doing anything. He's not crossing the line,
right,
or anything like that, right? I mean,
I would say antagonistic, but not disrespectful, except to Dylan Brooks, and Dylan Brooks kind of was asking for it. It's a
Dylan
whole
Brooks
separate.
Deserves everything he gets, though, right?
Yeah, it's a whole separate set of rules
by himself.
Yes,
exactly.
For him.
Exactly.
We'll take a quick break. When we come back, with Fox out, Davion gets the start, and we'll tell you why. Next year, as the Drive Guys roll on this game day, Sactown Sports.
Can the Niners build off their NFC Championship appearance from last season? How will the quarterbacks perform throughout the year?
Purdy back, now going to throw for the end zone, wide open, Brandon Ayuk is on fire!
Will the defense lead this squad again?
Intercepted! Ball got tipped up and taken by Fred Warner!
Get all your 49er coverage throughout the NFL season on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
The 49ers Report, brought to you by E.B. Stone. E.B. Stone, for the life of your garden. Not much went right for the red and gold in Week 8, losing their third straight game of the season, 31-17. Cincinnati quarterback Joe Burrow was cooking early, throwing for 283 yards and 3 touchdowns. Running back Joe Mixon also got involved, going for 87 yards on the ground. His lone touchdown put the exclamation point on the visitors' victory, walking in from 5 yards out late in the fourth quarter. The 49ers entered their bye week at 5-3, dropping to second in the NFC West.
With over 100 years as a family-owned company, E.B. Stone's learned a few things about making plants grow. Start a healthy family hobby with indoor planting with E.B. Stone's Edna's Best indoor and outdoor potting soil to help your little plants grow into the perfect indoor plant for the kids and family to enjoy. E.B. Stone's indoor and outdoor potting soil is perfectly blended with all the important ingredients you need to create that perfect indoor and outdoor plant or garden. E.B. Stone, for the life of your garden. Visit ebstone.org for more gardening tips, products, and locations near you.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave letting you know Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room and primetime football location is back. Cap Casino giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Check it out. Capital Casino. And as always, please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the model year-end sales event at Acura of Stockton. Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Lease a new Acura RDX or MDX. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton or AcuraofStockton.com. where precision-crafted performance is at your fingertips.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports' IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com and sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's film at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
When you're rolling Charmin ultra soft on the potty, this is supposed to roll it back, everybody. Charmin's irresistibly soft and hella nice. The grip is always stocked. It's our party vice. Everybody wanna touch the sky.
Charmin Ultra Soft is irresistibly soft and more absorbent, so you can use less. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Game day on Sactown Sports. Kings against Warriors tonight. Kyle Draper sent San Francisco at the Chase Center. He's got the call tonight for AFC Sports California. The latest roster survey is out, NBA.com, and I'm kind of a nerd about these. I love looking through them. There's some interesting tidbits. One thing that jumps out here that's relevant to tonight, the Milwaukee Bucks are the oldest team in the NBA by age. The average player on their roster right now, 28.21 years old. So Milwaukee, the oldest, and the Clippers, and of course the Warriors. And again, this is average. So you got some older guys. You mentioned Pajemski already working out. He brings down the average, but they're at 28.03, the third oldest team. So yeah, certainly one of the oldest. Kings, by the way, are 3, 4. They're like 12th in here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. 12th oldest team. So
really,
yeah, at 26.49. So they're not an especially young team. That is, when you average out the roster, they're neither really a young team nor an old team, kind of middle of the pack.
You know, it's interesting you bring that up, because while driving down, I was listening to Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson, the All the Smoke podcast, and they were talking about how it's a young man's game. You know, when I look at this Kings roster, I feel like they're a young team still.
Mm-hmm.
But they're the 12th oldest in the NBA. Think about that, Whitey.
Yeah.
So there are, 17 other teams that are 18 other teams that are younger than the Sacramento Kings, which is crazy. And so, the veterans of the league,
Last season,
guys are playing longer, obviously, but there aren't as many of them as there were when we were coming up.
Right.
There used to be a ton of, 8-year, 9-year, 10-year, 11-year veterans, and you don't see that as much anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure there are different ways to slice it. Like this is just average age on your roster. It could be, of the guys that are getting the most minutes, what's the average age? There's a lot of different ways you can slice it. But the youngest teams, according to this right now in the NBA, the Spurs, the Thunder, the Hornets, the Trailblazers, and the Magic. And the Spurs' average age is 23 and a half. So
wow,
that's a pretty young team.
That used to be the age guys were coming out of college.
Yeah.
Think about that. Wow. The game has changed. Man, the league has changed.
Yeah. Let's see. The youngest player, Memphis Grizzlies rookie G.G. Jackson II. He is the youngest player on the NBA start of season, 18 years old. He turns 19 on December 17th. How about that?
Wow. That's where were you when you were 18?
I was probably working at the pet shop or something, or the aquarium. Yeah, I was nowhere near the NBA, that's for sure.
You were doling out goldfish at the local aquarium, huh?
Yeah, yeah. But I was good at it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I did it, but I was hey, as far as tonight goes, you mentioned something earlier, and I've been all over this, and I'm kind of walking it back a little bit, just as far as how I personally feel. The whole Draymond thing.
Yes.
I'm just not as bent on that. And we've talked about it. And you got to do something. And I now at this point, maybe it's been long enough. I don't know. I wouldn't mind seeing Domas try something, but given what's at stake, Fox isn't playing. You don't want Domas getting thrown out. I think I'm okay if they don't. I understand what you're saying, but right now I'm just not feeling that same sense of, yes, you have to send a message. Not tonight. I'm not feeling it.
Is it because so much time has passed? We've already seen these guys once. Like, are you hoping maybe down the line later in November or something like, or has the time passed? Like the opportunity has passed. We've moved on. We're on to bigger and better things. We're not worried about that anymore.
I think the time, a lot of time has gone by. I think maybe Friday would have been the perfect night, but of course Draymond didn't play. And like I said, I think I'm really influenced by the fact that no Fox tonight. And, you can't risk having Domas, get caught throwing a bow or something, getting thrown out. I
don't know. But maybe it's not Domas.
Yes.
Maybe it's JaVale McGee.
Now we know
maybe
why Petrusev is on the team.
Exactly. Maybe it's our guy Petrusev. Maybe it's Alex Len.
Yeah.
Somebody, I don't know. I tell you what, though. If I'm Domantas Sabonis and if I'm Sacramento, the best get back is to get a win. That's how you shut Draymond up.
No question.
And I know I get it. I wanted to, see Domas, with a hard foul or anything like that. But ultimately, the best form of revenge is getting a win. That's how you shut Draymond Green up. And so, if you do something dirty, a hard foul, that may invigorate him. Remember, he's the kind of guy that, he dropped, game 5 in Sacramento? He dropped 20-something points. That was huge.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe you don't want to poke the bear tonight in tonight's game.
And I know we're not supposed to mention this, but the Kings were antagonizing him a little bit with, Monk in the first game grabbing his foot and Domas kind of grabbing his foot a little bit. So, little gamesmanship involved there in the playoffs. I think it'd have to be someone else if the message is going to be delivered. But for the first time in many months, I'm okay if the Kings decide to just play on. And you're right. You beat him. You shut up Draymond and his little buddy number 30. And that's good enough for me. With Fox out, Davion gets the start.
Yes.
Of course, Kyle told us that right away. He's like, Davion's starting. Here's why. Mike Brown says, when you have a guy like that to come off the bench, gives you so much versatility, offensive especially. Also, it gives you an opportunity to bring him off for a long stretch, sit him for a couple of minutes, and then play him at the end if you need to. So, Monk not starting. If you start him, then you're actually, in a way, altering 2 positions, aren't you?
Right.
You don't want to have to make that many adjustments.
Yeah, because Malik is so big for you off the bench. Now you pull him into the starting lineup. Now, who's the guy you turn to get offense off the bench? You got Sasha, yes, but Malik is sort of that firecracker. He's going to play 30 minutes tonight, no doubt about it. I like the move starting Davion. I got some numbers here, Whitey, and you tell me what you think about this. In 19 starts as a rookie, Davion averaged 18 points and 7.4 assists. In 9 games last season, just 9.2 points, 4 assists. Now, I know a new coaching staff, new system, maybe not as much as asked out of the point guard position as it was before because it wasn't your prototypical position now with the Kings because you run a lot through Domas. But we've seen Davion excel when Fox has been unavailable. What do we need from Davion tonight? Obviously, great defense. We know that. But does he have to score? Is 9 points going to get it done tonight, or do we need to see more from him?
I think an efficient 9 goes a long ways, in my opinion, and this is hardly a newsflash. I think where he ends up getting to, what kind of player he ends up being, is going to hinge largely on something he's worked on all summer long. Can he be a consistent 3-point shooter? Maybe not a great one, but can he, and we've talked about this, can he shoot 35% or better? I think if he can do that, he can be a really impactful player at both ends. But if he's not making his shot, I think he's going to end up being more of a specialist guy for his career. And tonight's a great example of how much the Kings will need him. Not to go out and score 25, that'd be great, but just be a guy that can hold his own offensively and be an efficient offensive player enough to cause problems for the other team.
You know what he needs to be? He needs to look like a starting point guard tonight.
Yeah.
That's what he needs to be. When you looked at Tyus Jones and what he did in Memphis when Ja Morant went out, Tyus Jones stepped up and he made a name for himself as the best backup point guard in the NBA, a guy that can, should be starting on a lot of teams. Davion has to get to that point. I'm looking at the numbers against the Lakers the other night, 16 minutes, 4 shots, 5 points. That's not, he needs to impact the game. I need to know that he's out there on both ends of the floor. And so, I hate to put a number on the shot attempts because I don't think that's how, basketball should be played. Oh, you got to have 15 shots. But I want 9 or 10 shots at least from this guy tonight. Yeah. That shows me you're engaged, you're involved on both ends of the floor. I know you're going to give me the defense, Davion, but I need to see some offense too. To your point, Whitey, we're not asking him to go out there and score 25, 30 points. Can I get 10 to 15 though?
Mhm.
Can I get that at least?
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm asking from Davion tonight.
You know, the great point guards, true point guards, and it's a dying breed because, great point guards that can score into everything in some ways is like, that's better. We don't need a guy who can't score. But my point is, in the mold of a traditional point guard like Davion's probably going to be tonight, if the offense is functioning at a high level, maybe they're getting out in transition, whatever, that's fine. But it's if things are bogging down and no one else is making shots, and he's got to be the guy to recognize, all right, I'm going to have to pick up some of the offensive slack. So to me, that's going to determine how many shots he's going to have to take. Is the offense humming or is it struggling a little bit? And he has to be the guy who has that ability to recognize he's smart. He knows how to get a team into the offense. He has to be able to say, all right, I'm going to have to start taking these shots and loosen things up for everybody else and kind of shake up the defense a little bit.
And that's a tall task to ask.
Yeah.
Though, right.
Yeah.
And that's what I think De'Aaron Fox has mastered over these last couple of years, knowing when to take over, knowing when your team needs you to be that guy. Can Davion be that? The thing about Davion, and I mentioned the stats his rookie year, 18 points per game. He was getting to the bucket back then too. I don't want him just to be a 3-point shooter out there. Play your game, young fella.
I didn't know it was that high. I didn't know it was that. You said that yesterday. I didn't realize he'd average that many points.
Yes. And let me restate it. 19 starts as a rookie. He averaged 18 points and 7.4 assists. Think about that. So the ball was in his hand. And I know we got Domantas Sabonis now, obviously. And so, Domas is running the offense, through him a lot more, obviously. But you can still be impactful. How come Malik Monk can come in and take over a game? How come, Sasha can come in and get you 12 points? Trey Lyles or whoever. Like, Davion has to be that guy too. You know what I want? And I've said this before, Kings fans, a mark of a good NBA team is when you got 7 or 8 guys that can go off for 20 on any given night. I know Davion can do it. We just haven't seen it for a long time. So when are we going to have that Davion Mitchell game? That game we look back and say, man, Davion, he was that dude that night. He helped us win that game. Too many times, he's just part of the group, and he's good enough to be that guy on a given night. And so I need him to an extent to be a little bit selfish out here tonight.
Tonight would be a good night for that. Tonight would be a great night to see that. Yeah, we're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, Wemby and the Spurs pull off a stunner in the desert. It's the Drive Guys on Game Day, Sactown Sports.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division type GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and All-NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox, a breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each and every Sacramento Kings game can be heard right here on your proud home of the Beam Team, Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Model Year End pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the Model Year End event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at folsomlakehonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at folsomlakehonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
I was in foot pain for 20 years, trying to give it relief, buying all these different insoles, drugstore insoles, custom insoles. I spent thousands of dollars. I bought all these products and not a single one worked. I really, truly needed to have relief in my feet. And the Good Feet arch supports were what gave me the relief I needed.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people like Teresa actually live the life they love without their feet getting in the way.
They wanted to make sure that I got something that my feet felt good in, not somebody else's feet. I love the fact that I can wear these arch supports in all my shoes. I have boots, I have cowboy boots, I have running shoes, I have walking shoes, I have flat shoes, I have heels. Makes me so happy. If you ask my husband, he will crack up because there is no store I would rather go in than a shoe store. I'm Teresa, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Knee, hip, foot, leg, or back pain? Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Take it on the local level. Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Having fun today, getting ready for the Kings, and of course the Warriors. Kyle Draper's in San Francisco, Whitey Gleason in Sacramento. And I was just thinking, Kyle, sports talk today on our sister station in Phoenix, probably not too jolly after the D-backs last night. They were getting destroyed, and they came back, but they lost. They're down, 3-1 now in the World Series. And then you had the Suns last night on national TV, and they had that game all but won against the young, inexperienced Spurs. And somehow, some way, those young Spurs came back and stunned the Suns in Phoenix. They were down 13 in the fourth quarter, and the Spurs beat the Suns 115-114. Did not see that coming.
How about that comeback? I mean, they scored 33 in the fourth quarter, and so much is being made about Victor Wembanyama, and he's truly great. Highlight reel every time he touches the floor. But Keldon Johnson, Devin Vassell, they got some young talent, some young pieces. Your boy Zach Collins too. Yeah, 14 points, 3 blocks, Gonzaga product, and so I feel like Greg Popovich joked. People are saying Wembanyama and this team has sort of reinvigorated him. And he joked, was I ready for the grave or something? Were you about to put dirt on me? But, he has to be enjoying this young team that he's coaching right now.
I got to give some credit to Kevin Durant, because Kevin Durant had the balls 1.2 seconds left, and the Suns were up 1, and they inbounded Durant, and Keldon Johnson strips him, steals it, and they score, and they win the game. And Frank Vogel after the game said, they fouled him. The refs didn't call it. And there was some contact there, but I believe Kevin Durant just said, I got to hang on to the ball there.
Yeah.
And it did look like one of those instances, which you see in basketball a lot, where the Suns thought, we have this game won. We don't need to do anything. And they inbound the ball to Durant. And I think Josh Okogie inbounded, and he kind of drifted away I don't want the ball. It's I think, and the Spurs, they got a favorable whistle because they were the aggressors, but the Suns just gave that one away. A stunner.
A stunner, and I'll give Kevin Durant some more credit too, because let's not forget they're missing Devin Booker and Bradley Beal. And I think it was the Inside the NBA TNT guys or somebody else said, whatever team Kevin Durant goes to, you have a shot. You're in the mix. He's that guy. He's playing, we talked about the Phoenix depth. He's playing with Josh Okogie, Grayson Allen, the corpse known as Eric Gordon, but yet they're still competitive. They had a big win the other day, without those guys. They competed hard. And so Kevin Durant sort of legitimizes a franchise. Wherever he goes to, whatever's going on, once they step on the floor, he's going to be A-OK. And tough loss last night, but, it wasn't because of that last strip or anything Kevin Durant did. I think the Spurs, give them credit. They play hard, man. They make the plays. They stayed with it and earned the win.
I just wanted to clarify something backing up here, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I just want to make sure I heard it right. Did you say the corpse formerly known as Eric Gordon? Did I hear that right? That's what you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like Eric Gordon's been going around forever, right? When I was working in Louisville, because he's an Indiana kid, he was he played for Illinois. I think he's been around forever. He's been around forever, and so he's still out there doing it. And so, you look at some of his teammates, man, they aren't spring chickens anymore out there.
Yeah, and I know we've talked about this too, but I thought with the new player participation policy, everyone's playing every game. Bradley Beal hasn't played a game yet.
Yeah. What do you think that? See, but that to me, because he hasn't played yet, leads me to believe it's a legit injury. Like the back is a legit thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if he would have played the opener, sat out the next night, same thing with Devin Booker. Devin Booker is a guy that usually likes to play basketball. He's not one of these load management guys.
He played with a broken nose in the finals with his nose smeared all over his face. Yeah,
exactly. So he's not one of those kind of guys. And so these are clearly, legit injuries. And how about the Joel Embiid? We didn't talk about that yesterday. Joel Embiid. He was going to sit out the home opener, I think it was, in Philadelphia because of rest. But then everybody got on him, got on his case, and then he actually decided to play. And so it's just a joke right now. You don't know who's injured, who's out, who's resting. Clippers are playing their guys tonight. Kawhi, Paul George are both playing. And so
I'll believe that when I see it.
Right? You don't think it may be a late scratch or something like that?
I mean, I hope they play, but we'll see. Yeah. Joel Embiid, by the way, now there's talk that with Harden traded to the Clippers, that maybe the Sixers are going to go out and get somebody and to make sure, among other things, that they keep Joel Embiid happy. And they do have the wherewithal in terms of their assets to make a play for somebody. And I think you mentioned this name. The name that I've been wondering about is what about maybe Zach LaVine at some point joining the Philadelphia 76ers?
I would do that move in a heartbeat if I'm Philadelphia. Zach LaVine is exactly what the Sixers need. Maxi's going to be great. We know that. But Zach LaVine is great as well. And now you got 3 or 4 guys in that starting lineup, if you want to include Tobias Harris, that can get you not just 15, 20 points, that can get you 30 points. I would do the Zach LaVine deal in a heartbeat. And I would do it also from a Chicago standpoint. Now, I don't know what kind of players the Sixers would have to give up, but if I'm Philly, I'm throwing in at least 1 first rounder, a pick swap, maybe even a second round first rounder that's protected. Because if you're Philly, those draft picks that you got in that James Harden trade with the Clippers, those are down the line.
Yeah.
It's not like those are right now. How does that help Joel Embiid? If Joel Embiid could give a rat's you-know-what about those future draft picks, he's trying to win right now. And if you're Philadelphia, that's your most important priority. That's your priority right now, is to make sure Joel Embiid is happy. And if you go out there and you get Zach LaVine, you may not be Boston, you may not be the Milwaukee Bucks, but you're right there with them, in my opinion.
Yeah, you have a guy like Joel Embiid. There aren't many of them. And so when you have him, you got to maximize your chances as long as you have that guy there. So it does make sense. I'm with you. I don't think they're quite as good as Milwaukee or Boston, but they're, they got a puncher's chance, especially if they make a move to bring in more talent. So sure, that seems to be the shrewdest thing. And they're going to get all the way out from under the whole James Harden mess, it would appear. Good for them.
Right. Great for them. And if I'm correct, this move frees up some cap space. All the guys they brought back, after this season become free agents. And so if you're Philly, maybe you don't make a move right now during the season. Maybe you do get Zach LaVine. Maybe you do get OG. But if you don't, you still can make a big splash in free agency as well. And so I think the Sixers are well-positioned, much better today than they were 48 hours ago.
Well, speaking of the player participation policy, as we just were, and I'm with you on Bradley Beal. He hasn't played. He has a bad back. I would just wonder if the Suns were aware of that. Hopefully they don't have any buyer's remorse like, oh, we didn't know it was going to be this bad. But there's a long ways to go. My point is this. I know Sam Amick in The Athletic wrote about De'Aaron Fox and his injury and the player participation policy. Do you have any concerns, Kyle, that as Sam suggested, it might be difficult for a guy like De'Aaron Fox to get the rest he needs to fully heal, because he wouldn't necessarily, he might be thinking, wow, I gotta make sure I play 65 games so I have a chance to win the major awards.
Yeah, that is a concern. Hopefully this injury won't keep him out that long. He would have to miss 17 games. I mean, that's basically the entire month of November and maybe even into December, if I'm correct. And
but
so
you don't know what else is going to happen down the road,
right,
too.
You
So,
don't
yeah.
exactly. Yeah, that's 100% too. And then, if let's say he does miss 14, 15 games, then you can't afford to rest him later down the road. He has to play every game. And so, I was thinking about it, this 65 number, while it sounds great in today's day and age in the NBA, I'm not buying it. I think it should be 60, because you got to factor in, like, if you have one injury that takes you out 3 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks, you're missing 10 games, then you're up against it. And so I don't like the 65 game rule. I think it should be 60. You got to allow these guys not only a chance to get injured, but also, like you said, not to feel rushed to come back. And later in the season, as you get older, second night of a back-to-back, to be able to rest.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's ham-handed, and I think it's clearly the NBA trying to impress fans with, look, we're not going to have players resting anymore. Well, what they fail to recognize there is that sometimes it's in the best interest of the league to have players rest. Sometimes your best players need rest sometimes. And I know as fans, sometimes we don't like to admit that, because in the old days, everybody played 82 games. But I think the league is just I think they've gone too far in that direction to the point where it could work to the league's detriment this year, especially if there's ever a player who's not healthy who decides, I'm going to play because I don't want to miss out on the awards. I don't see how anybody really wins in that scenario.
Right, exactly. And then, to an extent, like, you could have a watered down awards list. If
that's true too. Yeah.
Think about it. Let's say Giannis gets hurt or Jokic gets hurt. All of a sudden, your first team All NBA is Bam Adebayo or somebody. No offense to Bam, but we know these other guys, and so I think it was done a little too hastily. I think 65 is an arbitrary number, and so at first I was a fan of it, but now that I look at it a little closer, I'm like, I don't like that.
Yeah, I'm a fan of it in principle, but I think there was probably a better way to do it, and I don't know why the players in the league couldn't work together more and maybe do more behind the scenes. Like, look, we need you guys to play more. What's it going to take? What do we have to do? Rather than, well, we're making this. We've got the player participation policy, and I just don't think ultimately it's in the league's best benefit to take that tack. But we'll see. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. And one other thing on this, Whitey, I need to get to the bottom of, is it the players that is causing this load management? Is it the organization? Is it the medical staff? And so you hear different, when we talk load management, most of the time it's being directed at players. Oh, I don't believe Devin Booker's sitting out. Bradley Beal, he hasn't played yet. What if it's the medical staff saying, you know what, take it easy, take some time off. We want to make sure you're healthy down the stretch. And so basically what the league is telling the organizations is, they're telling them how to run their business, how to, best put their teams in position for a championship run. If I'm the Clippers, if I'm the Lakers, especially the Lakers with LeBron James at 38 years old, all those miles on his body, I understand the load management, especially because you want him healthy come to playoffs. And so I feel like the league is sort of overstepping a little bit, and they're telling teams how to run their organization.
And you know why they are this year? Why this year all of a sudden? Why this year?
TV contracts coming up, right?
TV contracts is a big reason, but I also think another reason is the in-season tournament, the commissioner's baby. He doesn't want – this is a crucial Group C game, but LeBron's not playing because of load management. That would just blow up the whole – everyone go, well, that thing doesn't matter then. And I think the league is terrified of that.
You might be right. And that's money. That's messing with the league's money, right? Like that's their thing, right? They rolled out this whole in-season tournament. All the big games going to be – there's a reason why they chose Tuesday and Friday nights.
That's right.
Tuesdays is TNT night. Fridays is ESPN night. And those are the big national TV nights until football ends.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming up next year, the real reason Steph Curry is off to this very hot start. We'll explain it, and we'll see how the Kings can slow him down tonight when we come right back. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
What's the latest with the San Francisco 49ers? to date on all things red and gold during the Niners at 9 every weekday at 9 a.m. on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own one report.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is, live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman. 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Watkins today, we're asking people to share their bold predictions for tonight. Drive guys here. Kyle's in San Francisco getting ready for the call tonight on NBC Sports California. And it looks like we have a few still trickling in. Kyle, would you like to hear some of these bold predictions for tonight? From some of the best fans in the NBA?
Yeah, let's hear this.
Artie Castillo says Malik Monk, double-double tonight. These aren't, I'm not saying they're crazy or anything.
That's
yeah.
not too bad.
Manny too legit. Hot take. Domas getting a triple-double tonight.
All right, that's not, I can see that happening.
Your boy Compio says Keegan Murray, 29 points tonight. He also says his cousin will score 13 tonight.
Right. Caprio, I love it. I love it.
And Ernie also says here, Kevin Huerter, 5 threes tonight. I would like to see that.
Kevin Huerter, I tell you what, if Kevin Huerter hits 5 threes, mark it down, the Kings win. That's a W for Sacramento if Kevin Huerter delivers like that. Because then that means he's picking up some of that scoring slack with De'Aaron Fox out.
Yeah, I think 5 would be great. I think I'd settle for 4. 4 would be awesome for Kevin Huerter. Just want him to have a good shooting game. Just a game where you go, hey, shot the ball well tonight, right? Especially against the Warriors, and just put this whole, whatever it is, slump, whatever, in the rearview mirror, because the Kings need that to happen as soon as possible.
Yeah, they need to get him going. And, he was 3 for 7 from 3 against the Lakers, 42%. But then when you look at it, he was 1 of 5 from 2-point range. And so one of the things that Kevin Huerter can do, he did have 4 assists. It doesn't always have to be feast or famine with him from 3. Like, he can do some other things. And so, sprinkle in 3 or 4 threes with a couple of layups, a couple of trips to the foul line, and then bam, just like that, you're at 15, 16 points. It should be, I hate to say it, relatively easy for him. It sounds simple, but for some reason, he has not gotten on track yet.
Yeah, now Greg Bocage Jr.
Says
Curry 35 plus. Book it.
Man, who is this guy?
I don't know.
Can we boot him off the YouTube chat?
I mean, I guess we got
Yahoo.
Yeah, he's entitled to his opinion.
No.
Yeah.
Dude, if Curry gets 35 plus, that's an L for Sacramento. I said it the other day. The magic number for me is 30 points.
NorCal says, can't stop Curry, but don't let their other players get going, and we can win. What do you think of that, Kyle Draper?
Nah, that's, if you look at it, their other players didn't get going in Game 7 when he dropped 50 on you. I don't think, sure, Clay started getting hot in the third quarter the other day, but it was Steph Curry that really, you got to sort of pick your poison, I guess, with this Warriors team. And so, and this is why they're so great. And this is why they've won 4 championships. First of all, you can't stop Steph Curry. You only hope to limit him. Don't let him beat you. But then if you do try to take the ball out of his hands, and this is something we talked about yesterday, Draymond and Clay, and they're such a great passing team. They're going to make you pay. And so I don't know how you defend this Warriors team. You got to turn them over, though. I think that's the key. Ball pressure, make them make mistakes, because I don't think you can allow this team to run their offense. They want you to double team Steph. And Steph is such a willing passer. You double team him. Now you're playing 4-on-3 on the other end, and that's where they kill you at.
Yeah, I think it's almost imperative that you have to shoot a high percentage to keep up with these guys, especially there. And of course, there are other ways to win, but they showed a blueprint for how you can beat the Warriors for 3+ quarters. That overtime, the preseason game, right? Remember, because the Kings they had the game and they were
up 18 points,
right? And then the fourth quarter they started backsliding, and then it was too late. And the Warriors took over. But if you can shoot a high percentage, you can keep them at bay, and then they're taking the ball out of the bottom of the basket. It's basketball 1A, I know. They start making turnovers, but that's, I think, the most efficient way to beat them. Even then, it's not easy. But Steph Curry this year, as we discussed yesterday, he's 4 games in, which isn't many, but still 4 games in, he's taken it, even for him, to a new level. What's going on? I think he has 26 threes in 4 games, and he's shooting better than 47% on threes. Gary Payton explained it. He said, with Chris here, that cuts half of what Steph's got to do. Bringing up the ball, going to get it, getting us into offense. We got Chris to do some of that. So by the time the fourth quarter comes late, Steph's got energy. He's still got energy to do what he does. That's another strength for us. Have CP come in, control, handle the ball, and get guys where they need to be, and let 30 just run around. And I hadn't thought of that, but I think there's a lot of truth to that, at least so far.
Yeah, and I didn't, when I looked at the move for CP3, it didn't occur to me that Chris is going to make life easier for Steph Curry.
Right.
Like GP is saying. I mean, Chris Paul, obviously first ballot Hall of Fame guard, he's a guy that can run an offense. And when you watch him, and this is something they didn't have last season, no offense to Jordan Poole, but Chris Paul knows how to deliver a pass on time, on target. And so when Steph is running around, Chris Paul is so great. His basketball IQ is so high. It's sort of like, a quarterback anticipating a receiver's move. Chris Paul anticipates where Steph Curry is going to be. And by the time Steph gets to that spot, the ball is right there. And so they fit in perfectly together. And you can argue this is the first time Steph has played with a real point guard, like the guy that actually is feeding him the ball, setting him up. And so it frees him up, like Peyton was saying, to be a scorer. And that's scary for the rest of the NBA.
Isn't it funny? Because, during the summer, we had a conversation. I forget exactly how it started, but I'm sure most people will remember. But it was Magic. Who's a better point guard, Magic or Steph? Well, right now, for many of the minutes that he's on the floor, Steph's not even playing point guard.
Right.
Chris Paul's playing point guard, and it looks like Steph loves it and loves the freedom that's providing him so far.
Yeah, Chris Paul is playing 30 minutes per game. Steph Curry, 31.8 minutes per game. And so Steph is not your traditional point guard. That's why I never considered him, better than Magic at the point guard spot. He's just a great guard. He's a top 5 guard in NBA history. Point guard, 2 guard, wherever you want to put him. He's just a great guard. He's not traditional point guard. He's never going to average 10 or 11 assists a game. He's not going to be among the league leaders. He is a scoring guard. And so, no, you're right. And now he's playing alongside Chris Paul. How do you defend them down the stretch? I know the Warriors historically have turned it over. I would imagine down the stretch in close games, having a guy like Chris Paul to settle you down instead of a Jordan Poole out there, I would imagine, as the season progresses, their turnover numbers late in games will go down. And so, that's why I think this move did make them a better team.
How much risk are the Warriors assuming, though? Because let's face it, and I'm not just saying this because the Kings are playing them tonight and boo Warriors, but Chris Paul always gets hurt, right? And he's already proven just a few games in how vitally important he is to them and how well they can play with him. But he always gets hurt. So, I mean, are they just hoping, kind of like the Clippers are hoping with their 2 guys, especially Kawhi, like, well, maybe this year will be different, right? I mean, that's just his history, especially in the playoffs. Chris Paul gets hurt.
Yeah, 100%. And, he's 38.
Yeah.
A lot of miles on that body. And so that's why I think, sure, the Warriors are playing at a high level, but there will come a point in this season, whether by load management, having to rest them or injury or whatever, where they can't sustain this for 82 games. And so if I'm Golden State, maybe I'm cutting back on Chris Paul's minutes so that he's fresher in the postseason. And so, I think if Chris Paul goes down, he's been phenomenal for them so far this season, no doubt about that. But if he goes down, then they become a much less formidable team, in my opinion. And so, no, I don't know how long they can keep this up, especially, Chris Paul's 38, Clay 33, Steph 35, Draymond 33. So their core, their nucleus, all 33 and above, and that's asking a lot out of these guys.
Here's a bold prediction from Jack. He says, bold prediction, the Kings will actually play defense.
Ooh.
And he's got the laughing emoji. And then Andrew says, do you mean first half or second half? And Jack says, valid question. I'll have to ponder on that. What is that?
That's who let those Warriors fans in the chat? Who's let those Warriors fans in the YouTube chat? Oh, my gosh.
The only reason I'd even go there is because the Kings played good defense for much of the Laker game. Would you agree?
Yes, I think so. That they were aggressive. Sure, the Lakers got to the line. That was a big part of it. But they've made some strides. And, this whole notion, we're joking about the Kings defense. And Mike Brown, they can do it. They actually have we've seen it before. We've seen them last year. They would have won a top 10 fourth quarter defense in the entire NBA. And so I don't know what it is, why these guys are more consistent defensively, but I know it's a joke right now, but they can play defense.
Mm-hmm. Didn't play much Friday, but that's all right. Tonight's their night. Yeah. When we come back, the beard has landed, and it's all smiles in Clipperland, at least so far. It's next with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Fox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
The glory and the greatness are only a few days away. The 40th running of the Breeders' Cup World Championships at Santa Anita is finally here. The ultimate racing showdown that every owner, trainer, and jockey around the globe has in their sights. With $31 million in purses and awards, there's a lot at stake. But only the best will claim the coveted title of World Champion. Coverage begins Friday, November 3rd on USA and continues Saturday, November 4th on USA and NBC. Visit breederscup.com to learn more.
Hi, I can help whoever's next.
Cooper's Overnight Shipping Company has to deliver the goods.
Ship these gifts to your grandkids.
They need a logistics manager to keep the wheels turning.
126 packages going to Toronto, Tuscaloosa, Montreal, and Minneapolis. Oh boy.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Cooler temperatures mean it's time to reduce your outdoor water use. Water 1 day per week on Saturday or Sunday from November 1st through February 29th. Learn more about your home's watering schedule at sacwaterwise.com.
Lead generation is one of the most important aspects of any marketing campaign. Let us help you identify your target audience and market your products or services to them. Go to aimyourdigital.com today. aimyourdigital.com.
Gold Country Casino Resort in Oroville is thrilled to present American Idol winner Chase Beckham, Saturday, November 18th.
Now I'm 23.
Don't miss out on your chance to see this talented country artist live.
If you don't take in the backwards fireflies.
Get your tickets now to see Chase Beckham at goldcountrycasino.com, November 18th at 8 p.m.
Gold Country Casino Resort.
Must be 21 or older.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
For 35 years, TruckSmart has been your local leader in truck accessories. Find racks, toolboxes, and lighting for your work truck, and trailer hitches, side steps, and bed covers for recreation. They have shells for work or play, and offer Rhino lining, the best bed protection in the business. You like overlanding? TruckSmart has rooftop tents, recovery gear, and heavy-duty bumpers. Trust your ride to their skilled installers and expert sales staff at the Rockland and Auburn locations. TruckSmart. Your truck's gonna love them. TruckSmart.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and I recognize, just like my friends at American Energy Heat and Air, that your time is important. And that's why shopping for a new air conditioner is now easier with American Energy Heat and Air's online quoting tool. All you have to do is go to AmericanEnergyAir.com and get an instant quote right now. It'll help you determine what system you're going to need to get. It'll provide the best pricing options, all from the comfort of your home without having to have somebody come to your home. You know how annoying that is? They come in and everybody there is so sweet and nice, but how much better is it to be able to get it on demand? Visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Check out how easy it can be. Or if you want to give them a call and talk through what your needs are, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Can the Kings start to even the score against the Warriors tonight? Wouldn't that be nice? Kyle Draper's in San Francisco at Chase Center. He's got the call tonight, as we have reminded you. Make sure you check him out. NBC Sports California. If not, listen on the radio. You want to listen right here, Sactown Sports. I think this is a really good question, Kyle, and I don't mean to put you on the spot. You may not have this information, but you seem to have access to this type of thing. So Andrew on the chat says, in all seriousness, I'm concerned about the Kings defense in the third quarter. I don't know the numbers, but I'm willing to bet our third quarter defense is low in comparison to the rest of the league. Like I say, I don't know if you have access to that, but does that kind of resonate? I mean, the Kings have had when they played the Warriors, they certainly had a bad third quarter defensively.
Yeah, it's interesting because I saw that post on the YouTube chat, and I said, you know what? Let me look this up. So I was crunching those numbers as soon as you said this. And what's interesting that I found, the Kings are 24th in the NBA in third quarter defensive rating. Not good at all, right? That's pretty bad. But their offensive rating in that third quarter, which is basically points per 100 possessions, 26th in the NBA.
Whoa.
So their offense and their defense, trust me, is not good at all in the third quarter. And Andrew's right. But their offense has struggled in the third period as well. 26th in third quarter offensive rating.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
It's not encouraging, but it's very interesting.
Very telling. So, and so you do the math, and I'm doing it right here. I'm on the NBA.com stats site, and you look at the net rating, which combines your defensive and offensive rating and the difference between it. And the Sacramento Kings are 26th in third quarter net rating. Yeah.
Okay.
So that quarter it has burned them. I mean, that's how the Lakers got back into it and built that lead. The Warriors, obviously, we saw it as well. And so that has to be something Mike Brown talks to his guys about.
Yeah. Obviously only 3 games in, and the numbers are kind of wacky still, but wow, that's I did not realize that. So thank you, Kyle, and thank you, Andrew, for pointing that out. Meanwhile, yesterday we talked a lot about James Harden's going to the Clippers. It's a done deal. And he and PJ Tucker arrived in L.A. Last night. All smiled. Everybody's happy. I know I was concerned about Russ and his role. Not concerned, but I just figured could be impacted. But Russ was asked if he's happy. They can't talk about it, or couldn't last night. Wasn't official. But Russ said, yeah, I mean, bleep. Why wouldn't I be happy? Excuse my language, but definitely happy. So how about that? Everyone is just feeling really good about things in Clipperland right now.
Haven't we seen this script before, though, with James Harden?
Mm-hmm.
You know, look at the talent that James Harden has played with in his career. Start off in Oklahoma City when you got Kevin Durant, a young Russell Westbrook, and let's not forget Serge Ibaka at that time.
Mm-hmm.
He goes to Houston, and who does he play with? Well, Carmelo Anthony, if I'm correct, was on that team. Chris Paul was on that team. Russell Westbrook was on that team, and they couldn't get it done. You go to Brooklyn, you got Kyrie and Kevin Durant. You go to Philly, you got Joel Embiid. Everywhere James Harden goes, it's like, great, it's awesome, it's sunshine and rainbows on that first day, and then it's like buying a new car. Let me tell you a quick story, Whitey.
Mm-hmm.
My brother was going into the military. He was moving to Hawaii. He was going to the military. And he said, Kyle, my gift to you is this car. So he gave me his car. It was a cherry red Jeep Cherokee.
Wow.
It was nice.
Yeah.
It was smooth. I was so excited. I was like 20 at the time, something like that. So I was stoked. So I'm dropping my brother off at the airport. He's going to Hawaii, going to be back in the military, do his thing, move, whatever. And so I'm like, yeah, I'm excited. I got this Jeep Cherokee, cherry red. I'm the talk of the town. So I drop him off at the airport. This is in Philadelphia. My mom and dad's house about 20 minutes from the airport. I'm driving back home, and guess what happens to that nice cherry red Jeep Cherokee?
What?
It broke down on the way to my parents' house.
Well,
so
wait,
I owned that car. I owned
just-
that car for about 18 to 20 minutes, and then it broke. That's what James Harden is right now for the Clippers. He's a cherry red, nice, shiny Jeep Cherokee, a new toy that will break down on you when you need it the most, and that's what happened to me.
Wow. Was there any way to salvage the Jeep Cherokee?
Nah, I think it was the transmission or something like that. So,
oh man,
so I never forgave my brother for that. Man, he gave me a lemon. But that's what the Clippers are getting in James Harden. He'll be shiny. He'll be great. He'll be nice. He'll do some oohs and ahs for you. But when you need him the most, when it's time to win, it just for some reason doesn't work out. It didn't work out in Philly. It didn't work out in Brooklyn, in Houston, OKC, you name it. As great of a player as James Harden is, first ballot, surefire Hall of Famer, is always a little something that's not quite right.
Harden and PJ Tucker are not expected to suit up tonight. The Clippers are playing the Lakers. Wouldn't that be great if Harden made his debut? Not expected to. Then they have 4 days off. They open a 3-game road swing against the Knicks Monday. So they'll have a few days as kind of an abbreviated training camp for Harden and Tucker. I will say this, though, and I agree with you, and I would not want James Harden anywhere near my team. Anybody who has shown that he is not above actively trying to sabotage what I'm doing for his own purposes. And that's what he's done. I mean, he's been open about it. I don't want that guy anywhere near my team, but he's there. And, you know, if something does click, they have a lot of talent there. And if against all odds they stay healthy, I mean, that could be right. That could be a pretty good team.
No, but they're sort of like, you know, watching a bad TV show and you know how it's just going to end poorly, right? Mm-hmm. You know, you got an all-star ensemble. You got an all-star cast, but you know how this story is going to end. It's not going to end well. And that's how I feel about the Clippers. And I love Ty Lue. Ty Lue's one of my guys in the NBA. Nothing bad to say, but he's being dealt a tough hand with the kind of players that he has. Paul George is great. Kawhi is great when they play. James Harden is great when he plays, except in the biggest of moments. And now he has to somehow try to make that work. I don't envy him at all. He is being put in a tough position because if it doesn't work, who are we going to blame?
Mm-hmm.
Like James Harden, where else is he going to go? I know he could be a free agent after this season.
Well, there
Paul
you go.
George, Kawhi, they can opt out as well. And so this is a major gamble for the Clippers this season.
That, again, it gets back to what we were talking about with Chase Young. There have been rumblings that maybe Chase Young is not a disciplined player. Well, he's got to play well this year. And you could say the same thing about Harden. He's got to play well this year to end up wherever he wants to end up next. Or if he wants to stay, he's got to prove that he's worth the money that he's going to want to stay there. So it's a motivated James Harden. If I'm ever going to take James Harden, which I'm not. But if I ever was gonna, it's this James Harden that I would take, which is obviously what the Clippers are doing.
Yeah, and our guy Big Perk, Kendrick Perkins, and Matt Barnes, we've had them on our shows. And one of the things they've both said is that this might be the last opportunity for James Harden. So it's he sort of has to make it work. And if it doesn't work, he can't be the reason it doesn't work. A, because he wants, one more big contract. And B, who else would want him? Like, let's say he does play well. What kind of team would welcome James Harden in? Who could he really help? And so you're right. This is a big year for him, not only contractually, but his standing in the league, man. If he flames out here in the Clippers organization, I don't know where else he goes.
Mm-hmm. If your boy Herder doesn't start making a few I'm kidding. All right. It's a joke.
You try to Sacramento Kings fans are trying to drive to the game or drive home. They're about to drive off the road.
It's a joke. We make jokes here. We're just having fun. I don't mean it. I never would want Kevin Durant. Excuse me, James Harden. I love Kevin Durant. Wouldn't ever want James Harden on my team. I was talking to Jerry today doing our podcast. Jerry Reynolds, who's going to be in Friday because you're going to be traveling. He says Kevin Durant to him. He says Kevin Durant's great. He says he just doesn't look like quite the same player. And I think I agree with that. I think the injury, he's great, but he's not what he was. I think the injuries have taken a little bit out of KD.
Really? You guys think that?
He's phenomenal, and I love him. But he's, you don't see that, huh?
I'm not seeing. I mean, of course, he's not the same player he was with the Warriors when they were winning back-to-back titles and he was Finals MVP. But he's still pretty damn good.
Yes.
And you look at who he hasn't even played with any of the stars yet. He played one game with Devin Booker. Like, I want to see him surrounded with Devin Booker and Bradley Beal. And to me, Kevin Durant is the kind of player he plays his best on the biggest of stages as well. And so, you got a guy that's been in the league forever. When did he come in? 2007, I think it was. And so he's been around, 16 years in the league. And so he can ho-hum get you 25 points. And so I sort of disagree. I think he's still a top 10 player in this league, top 6, top 7 player in this NBA. I said it earlier. Any team he goes to instantly gets credibility. This guy does not miss the playoffs. It's not like LeBron with the Lakers a few years ago when they, struggled to 36 wins or 37 or whatever it was. Like, wherever Kevin Durant goes, they are in the mix.
We're going to talk a little bit more about Durant. Another point of the show. I know yesterday we were trying to figure out where you place him all time. And I'll prove to you that I'm a big KD guy. I got a KD take that I think is going to make a lot of people angry. And I don't think you're going to agree with it. I could be wrong. Okay. It's definitely a pro KD take though. Okay. So I don't want you to think I'm anti KD. I am anti Harden, but I'm, anybody KD, whoever it is, if their initials are KD, I'm on board. All right. I
appreciate that.
That. Yeah. We touched on this earlier. When we come back, we will look again at the single biggest surprise of this NBA season so far. We're just getting started here in this NBA season. That's next. Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead.
Get your Kings fix all season long right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The game of football is about pain. Ever since I was 5 years old, it's been all about football. It's been about running, jumping, blocking, tackling. I stopped playing at 31.
You're listening to Michael Robinson, retired pro fullback.
I thought that foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I'm so glad I met Good Feet. I'm so glad that those arch supports are in my shoes. I had terrible foot issues that prevented me from really having a normal life with my kids. With the Good Feet arch supports, man, I'm always ready. My kids actually got to enjoy me in the yard more, racing each other, backpedaling, teaching them some things, being a dad. If I had known about the Good Feet arch support earlier, I would have more than one championship. I would have 2 championship rings.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
Compio's coming after me on the chat. That's all right. I love it. Drive Guys here. Kyle Draper's in San Francisco at Chase Center, where the Kings take on the Warriors tonight. I'm here in our Sacramento studios. On the chat, Compio says, Whitey, when he was young, he was a big fan of George Mikan. Wasn't really a Mikan guy. Not really a Mikan guy, Compio. But I'll tell you what, George Mikan is my cousin. How about that? Did you know?
Did right back at you, Compio.
Did
Take
you know that? Yeah. By the way, here's one of my favorite trivia questions. George Mikan, his rookie year with Minneapolis Lakers.
Yep.
How many rebounds did he average?
They didn't keep rebounds back then.
That's exactly right. Isn't that great? Yeah,
Who
total
do you
rebounds.
think I am, man? You think I'm some amateur?
Nobody knows. 28 points, rebounds.
He might average 50 rebounds a game. We just don't know, right?
Hey, I know I said we're going to talk about the biggest surprises in the NBA, which we will get to, but Jay lined something up here, and I know we talked about it earlier. I wanted to share it with you, Kyle. The whole thing with Jerry Jones today doing his radio show. Jerry Jones and the Cowboys. How about them Cowboys? Getting ready to play the Eagles this week. Big game, right? So here's what Jerry Jones, owner of the Cowboys, had to say on his own radio show in Dallas today about this upcoming matchup.
This is easy for me to say, but this is serious that we're dealing with up here, Thunderbird. We've got to really have our game face on, and Philadelphia is a tough place to get your momentum going, but it's all there. And to me, this is all about just what the NFL can be.
That's Jerry Jones, and I apologize, Jay, since that was actually yesterday. Thank you, Jay.
Eagles.
I've never heard that before.
Right? Eagles. I'm taking the Eagles no matter the line on this one. They're already defeated. They're already expecting a butt kicking. I love it.
I guess you would, especially when he said, yeah, in Philadelphia.
Exactly.
Yeah, playing there.
He's already
That's tough.
shook.
Yeah.
But I've been telling Niners fans this all season. The Link is a house of horrors for opposing teams. The Cowboys are about to experience it. The Niners experienced it in an NFC championship. That is not an easy place to play. So Jerry's just keeping it real.
Maybe. I think Jerry may be giving you a little okey doke, where he's just sandbagging you.
Sandbagging.
We're in serious bleep, fellas. And he's got reason to think his Cowboys. Dak is like, he's got a really impressive. He's undefeated against the Eagles in the regular season or something like that. He owns. Dak Prescott owns the Philadelphia Eagles.
Didn't the Eagles beat him once last season, didn't they? Or was Dak out that game? Maybe he missed the game last year.
I saw something that led me. I because I didn't really believe it. Maybe I
I can't believe that.
He's played well against your team.
Because you know what? I was in Texas, in Dallas, in Jerry's world when the Eagles came there and put the smackdown on Dak and the boys a few years ago, right before the pandemic. So I know he may play well. I have to look up the numbers, but we got him before too. It ain't that lopsided now.
Yeah, let's see. Dak Prescott against the Eagles.
Exactly.
I got it here, but I'm not going to waste it. 8-3. Dak is 8-3 versus the Eagles in his career. Woo! Yeah. It is all over.
It's all over. I'm not worried about the Cowboys at all. They're a bunch of front runners. They're soft. They're paper thin. And so all you got to do is get up on them 7-0, 10-0, and it's a wrap. So I'm not even worried about this game this week.
Hey, Kyle, not to just apologize for shifting gears here, but Jay just let me know we have a death in the world of basketball. The great Bobby Knight has passed away. We just got word.
Way.
Yeah, basketball coaching great Bobby Knight has passed away at the age of 83. Again, I apologize for throwing that at you in the middle. We're having fun talking about football, but breaking news. The sixth winningest coach in Division I men's college basketball history, Bobby Knight, passing away at the age of 83. A true, no matter what you thought of Bobby Knight, an absolute legend.
Unbelievable. And I had a chance to cover Indiana basketball. This was after Bob Knight. Mike Davis took over after Bob Knight was let go, but he was still very much a part of Indiana basketball. And, I worked in Louisville, and he would come down and speak to groups and everything. And you can't argue with the coaching in terms of the wins and losses as a head coach. One of the more impactful coaches in all of college basketball.
Mm-hmm. And ESPN pointing out that Bobby Knight became the youngest coach at a Division I school in 1965. He broke in at Army at age 24, made his mark, of course, 29 years at Indiana, including winning a school record 661 games, reaching the NCAA tournament 24 times in 29 seasons. And his first championship came in 1976 when Indiana went undefeated, defeated
Still the
no
last
team.
undefeated team, if I'm correct.
No team has accomplished that since. In 84, coached the U.S. Olympic team to the gold medal in Los Angeles. And then, of course, eventually forced out at Indiana in 2000 for violating a zero-tolerance behavior policy by grabbing the arm of a freshman student who said, greeted him by his last name. We've lost Bobby
Knight, responsible for Mike Krzyzewski.
Yes.
Mike Krzyzewski started out as an assistant with Bob Knight at Army, if I'm correct. And we know what Coach K has accomplished in the game of basketball. And so, wow, RIP to Bob Knight, one of the most influential men in college basketball, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bobby Knight then went on.
Still the same guy that cut Charles Barkley from the Olympic team. Sorry, Whitey, to interrupt you, but Charles Barkley talks often about that. He didn't make the Olympic team, and Bob Knight cut him, that 84 squad.
Yeah, it's, if you're being honest here, what do you remember about Bob Knight? And you mentioned that, the 76 team, we talked about that 76 team undefeated, but the temper and the chair throwing, it's right up there, right? You just can't help it. Oh, yeah.
That's the first thing, right? That's part of it, and Neil Reed was the player. He choked also. Remember the video of him grabbing a player's neck, Neil Reed, the former IU basketball player. And so Bobby Knight, is one of those polarizing figures, because when I worked in Louisville, which is right on the border between Kentucky and Indiana, there's still a segment that reveres Bob Knight. And even when he was let go, and even, when all the controversy came, there were some who still wanted Coach Knight to be the head coach at IU.
Mm-hmm. Bobby Knight, let's see here. This would have been January of 2007. He passed Dean Smith as then the winningest Division I men's coach. He got career win number 880. And I mentioned that because, as ESPN reports, to celebrate that, Bobby Knight chose to sing the song My Way by Frank Sinatra. And he explained why it was fitting. And he says, I've simply tried to do what I think is best. Regrets, just like the song, I have regrets. I wish I could have done things better at times. I wish I would have had a better answer, a better way at times. But just like he said, I did it my way. And when I look back on it, I don't think my way was all that bad. End quote. Bobby Knight, who we've lost today at the age of 83.
Wow. Yeah. And he stuck with it, he was unapologetically himself, right? Till the very end. Yeah.
Yeah. Things have changed. I mean, he's just a guy who's was a living symbol of how things change our views of coaches and the things that coaches were allowed to do. And I like to think maybe we got a lot more enlightened and realized, some of that stuff, maybe that's your way, but that's not the way we're doing it anymore. He was caught up in the middle of that, but still one of the greatest college basketball coaches of all time.
Yeah, and he's really, a microcosm of society, right? Like, how many things in our lives and in our society did we used to do back in the 60s, 70s, 80s that, would be, canceled? You look at a show like All in the Family with Archie Bunker, right? Like some of the things that were said on that show, and that was a family program that you saw night in and night out.
Right.
And so, times have changed. And with that, you hope people change as well. But I don't know if Coach Knight ever did.
Here's the cool thing. He was at odds with Indiana after they dismissed him. He won 661 games there, and he would not show up at functions or reunions, anything. He didn't want any part of that. But it changed in recent years. In 2019, he made a surprise appearance at an Indiana baseball game. And then in July, he bought a house near the arena. And in February of 2020, Bobby Knight finally returned to Assembly Hall for an Indiana-Purdue game. And he was met with roars of approval from the sold-out crowd, including dozens of former players. He walked in with his son, Pat. He hugged Isaiah Thomas. He was assisted into the arena by Quinn Buckner, and he reveled in the moment. So really, a nice way for him to wrap up his Indiana career and eventually be at peace with the good and the bad of all of it. And obviously, from a basketball standpoint, it was mostly good as far as the winning went.
Yeah, 1976, 1980, 81 also, I believe. Indiana with Isaiah Thomas made it to the championship game as well. And so, no, he definitely had a tremendous run as a coach at IU.
Yeah. By the way, Isaiah Thomas to me is one of the most underrated great players of all time.
Yeah. And I 100%, well, that's because of Michael Jordan, right?
Yeah.
Like the whole, he should have been on the Olympic team in 1992. He should have been on that dream team. Two-time champ, he was one of the best guards in the NBA. And I could argue he would be even better in today's NBA. Like he was one of the prototypical scoring guards back then.
Yeah, you're right, though. It's like, yeah, he's Isaiah Thomas, but he's not Larry Bird. He's not Michael Jordan. He's not Magic Johnson. I know, but wow. Not his fault he played in that era.
Right. But he was on that next tier, right?
Yeah.
Right now, Yeah. And he's the only guy to beat Jordan, beat Magic, and beat Bird in a playoff series.
When we come back, Kyle Shanahan says the 49ers looked slow and tired on game film. So how much can their new acquisition help with that? And, of course, more on the Kings and the Warriors with Kyle down there at Chase Center to Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Nature Wood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Carmichael Dave here for Jiffy Lube, your proud sponsor of the Drive of the Game. Now listen to every Kings game for Gary Gerald's Drive of the Game call. Then listen to Jason and myself the next morning for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area. Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season at Jiffy Lube today. Oil changes, wiper blades, tire rotations, and more. For more information, go to jiffylube.com.
Does your dog leave frowny piles of poo around the yard? Did you know that a solid poo is one of the best indicators of your dog's gut health? Supreme Source Super Premium Dog Food is made with organic super seaweed and other powerful antioxidants, supporting a healthy digestive system. Real protein is always the first ingredient, plus a blend of essential vitamins and minerals to help support your dog's overall health and well-being. Do their digestion a solid, literally. Find Supreme Source Premium Dog Food at Safeway, Save Mart, and Smart & Final, or a local grocery store near you.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton & Price in your corner. When you call Ashton & Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real-life person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your flagship station for the Beam Team.
Can we light the beam? Light the beam, baby.
Sactown Sports. The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
We take you up to game day at 5:30. It's a drive, guys. Kyle Draper, though, I'll go home, watch the game. Kyle Draper, that's when his work really begins. He'll be calling the game tonight at NBC Sports California. Kings taking on the Warriors. Kings fans just aching for a Kings victory over the Warriors. Going to be tough tonight, of course. Is there anything to be said for, a moral victory? Hey, if they are competitive without De'Aaron Fox, moral victory tonight?
No, not at all. No? We're way past that.
Yeah.
What is this, 5th grade basketball? There are no moral victories
I just
here.
asked the question.
Come on, Whitey. Is that what we're about now, moral victories?
Well, it's just going to be tough tonight. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
I know. I don't mean to jump on you, but you know what?
I agree with you.
You got exactly. Because it counts in the standings, right? And so there are no moral victories. And the Warriors will have beaten you 9 out of 12 times. And they will have gone up 2-0 in the season series with you. And so I don't think there are any moral victories, when it comes to this team. Now, if Davion plays well, that's something you can latch on to and say, that's great. Let's, bottle that up and bring it back Saturday against Houston. But, even without De'Aaron Fox, this Kings team should be able to hang with this Warriors team. Now, if they get the win, man, what could that do for you? You win here. You beat the Lakers the other night. Now you got 2 against Houston. You got Portland coming up. And so this could turn into a quick 5-game win streak. And so that's why it's so important. And so I don't think Mike Brown's about moral victories.
No.
I'm not about moral victories either tonight.
At some point, if you don't beat the Warriors, then that whole thing about, it's not a rivalry if you don't beat them, that does start to creep back into the conversation. Just being honest. We're not there yet. We're not there right now, but
we're not there yet.
Yeah.
You remember Pedro Martinez and when he was with the Red Sox and when they used to battle the Yankees, and he was like, who's your daddy?
Yeah.
Yes. And that's sort of how the Warriors, have been treating the Kings. It's like, you're a good story, feel good, woohoo, third seed, but we still own you. And that's why, to your point, you got to make a statement. You got to make a stand one of these games against these guys.
Did you see opening night Denver fans chanting that to LeBron? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
Yes. And even though, I'm not a Denver fan, I love that kind of trash talk. And, like I said earlier, the best revenge, if you're LeBron James or if you're the Sacramento Kings tonight, is to win.
You're right.
If you don't like it, shut them up, right?
Mm-hmm. Right, right.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah, Mike Malone said, I'm not worried about that. What they're still talking about that, I don't care. And then he went out and beat him.
Right.
His team did. So,
yeah. Exactly. Let me let you in behind the curtain here for a minute here, Whitey. I'm here at Chase Center. Mike Dunleavy Jr. just walked in, the new president of basketball ops for the Golden State Warriors. And, everybody laughed at him. You go out there and get CP3, People are like, what is he doing? You pay Draymond all that money. But those moves seem to have worked out so far. And now I'm watching the Kings' young players on the court right now working out. Keon Ellis, our guy Kobe Jones, Jalen Slauson, and Jordan Ford now out there working. And this is some of the stuff, and you and I have talked about it, that you don't get to see at home, man. And every time I'm in an arena, I feel privileged and honored, man. And I count my blessings, man, because I know what we do is something special.
Yeah. One time I was there early at a Warrior game, and a couple of years ago, it was that terrible year they had 15 and 50. Yeah. And there's this guy shooting that I hadn't seen all year. It's like, who is that shooting? It's like, oh, it's Klay Thompson. And it was like one of his first time shooting. And I kid you not, I just took some video and we posted it on our website. And I got text from ESPN. Can we use your video? It blew up. So, yeah, you never know what you're going to see out there. But I'm with you. It's really a privilege to get to see those guys working out in that capacity.
It is, man. And it's I feel like it's the calm before the storm. You see the ushers, you see the people laying the towels on the seats. You see they're adjusting the cameras on the backboards right now and everything. And it's like, it goes from empty to quiet. And then in a few hours, you got 19,000 screaming fans, man. And it's awesome to see it all come together before your eyes like this.
You mentioned him. So what do you think we can expect in terms of minutes, at least, for Colby Jones?
That's a great question, because Mike Brown did say, he's going to be in the mix. This is a tough one. This is a tough place to make your, not season debut, but extended minutes season debut. I'd say about 10 minutes tonight for Colby Jones. And, I don't know if that's, spot on, or should he play more? I'm still trying to figure out. Now, does he become the backup point guard? Is Malik Monk your backup point guard with Davion starting? And so I think Mike Brown will put him in probably mid-second quarter, early into the first maybe, get his feet wet. But I'm looking forward to seeing him because, obviously he was great in the preseason, but this is going to be a tough assignment for him.
Sure is.
Like, all right, Kobe, here, come out and play. And you got to guard Steph Curry too.
Right. Desperate times call for desperate measures. You're shorthanded. I would think, we've talked about how Colby Jones, everyone can see it. He's one of those guys that just doesn't seem bothered. Yeah. The moment isn't too big for him. As you say, it's a different situation tonight, but I think he'll get a chance. And if this moment isn't too big for him, maybe he knocks down some shots. Maybe hey, look at that.
Yeah.
He's further along than we thought. I think they'll give him a chance. And if he plays reasonably well, I think we might see even more of him than the 10 minutes. But I think, Mike Brown realizes, like you say, it's tall order. So you just have to wait and see how he responds.
Yeah, think about it. If you're Colby Jones, you haven't really played much so far this season, some spot duty. But Mike Brown goes on record as saying, Colby's going to be in the mix. You wake up in San Francisco and you got a big game tonight against the Warriors. How would you feel? Do you get to the gym early? Do you, wake up early, set the alarm at 5:30 and set, and like I said earlier, I was listening to the podcast with Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson, All the Smoke. And one of the things that Steven Jackson said is that, when he was playing in where was it? Was it Washington or I forget where he was playing? No, New Jersey, back when they were the Nets. He came in as a rookie. He said he knew he wasn't going to play. And so when he got to the arena, he didn't even go through warmups or no pregame routine or anything like that. Now, conversely, if you're Colby Jones, you're going to be called on tonight. Do you get up early? Are you wearing a special outfit to the arena? Are you breaking out some new sneakers? Like, this is a big day for this young man tonight.
Along those lines, a little different, but you reminded me of a story that the great Harold Presley told us one time. And Harold had been playing well, but Dick Motta became the coach. And for some reason, Dick Motta coached the Kings, who just was not going to play Harold. Harold was just not playing. He wanted to stay in shape. So before a game, he'd run stairs. And they're playing, I guess it would have been Philly. Might have been Phoenix, but anyway, he's running the stairs, and it turns out somebody got sick or something. So Harold, you're playing, and you got to guard Charles Barkley. And Harold said he was exhausted, and he said at one point Barkley runs by the Kings bench and says, "Y'all got to get somebody else in here because he's dying." So yeah, You got to be ready for anything. We'll see if Colby Jones is ready for the moment and the spotlight tonight. The 49ers don't have a game this week, but 49er fans still basking in the afterglow of the big trade with Chase Young coming over. We touched on this yesterday. I thought this was interesting. Kyle Shanahan said to the media after he looked at the game film, he said the 49ers against the Bengals looked slow and tired. That's what the coach said. Slow and tired. He said when that does happen, I think it leads to bigger holes. I think it leads to more mistakes. I think it leads to missed tackles. I could see on tape a different type of energy that was disappointing. So is that alarming? And is that something you think that Chase Young maybe can address? Or is just the bye week going to take care of that? Why would a coach admit that?
Right. I do think it's alarming because you never hear a coach say that. I mean, they play one game a week. Is he working them too hard behind the scenes? Are they practicing too hard? What's the deal? You never hear an NFL coach say, our guys are tired and they look slow. I mean, shoot, you just finished up week 8. Like, you shouldn't be tired and slow right now. You still got more than half the season to go. And to me, it's kind of alarming. It's kind of concerning. I'm hoping Chase Young, for the Niners' sake, is that sort of shot in that arm, the adrenaline. But let's not forget, they brought Randy Gregory in a few weeks ago as well. And so I just don't get how this team can be tired and winded and need a break. Like, it just, I think it's shocking. Maybe it's excuse making on Kyle Shanahan's part. If they are tired and winded and everything like that, that's going to be concerning for me because the way it's trending, they're not going to have a bye week. If they keep this up, they're not going to have a bye week. So you're going to have to play 9 straight weeks to finish out the regular season. You're going to have to play wild card weekend, divisional weekend, NFC championship weekend, and Super Bowl. So, they need to hit the reset button, and hopefully this won't be an issue for them the second half of the season.
Maybe the coach is just trying to find a little bit of wiggle room to take his players, some of the heat off the players. And, the Bengals were coming off a bye week, speaking of bye weeks, and the 49ers are coming off a short week. You don't normally hear a coach do that. Yeah. He's not a dummy. Maybe in some way he's trying, because the heat is so intense. And he's one of the ones putting the heat on his team and his players. So maybe that's part of it, just talking about trying to look for, hey, you know what? It's not as bad as it looks. They were tired, but it's interesting with Chase Young being acquired in trade. And you talked about this, Kyle. Tim Kawakami in The Athletic wrote a really interesting piece today where he said basically when the 49ers, that is Lynch and Shanahan, when they're not sure what to do, what do? They go and they try to upgrade the pass rush.
Yeah,
that's their go-to. And here they are trying to do that again because they believe everything with this team really starts there. Are they right? We'll find out.
We'll find. I mean, you could look at Hargrave. You could look at Gregory.
Yeah.
Now you could look at Chase Young. And so, if I'm a fan of the Niners, that's all you can ask for, though, right? Is your ownership, your management to put you in the best position to win. I understand the whole, Trey Lance situation didn't work out, but they're committed to going for it. Whatever decision they make, they go big, right? It's like go big or go home. Like whether it's Chase Young or Randy Gregg, if they feel like they need something, they go out and get it. Now, will this help out the secondary? That's what I think they're hoping, right? The secondary's best friend is a great pass rush. You give the quarterback fewer time to throw the ball, your secondary doesn't have to cover for as long. And so that's what they're hoping because we talked about it before the trade deadline, Whitey. We thought not only defensive line, but secondary also is somewhere they have to address. They haven't necessarily done that, when it comes to the trade deadline. And so I think they're hoping that the defensive line will be able to help that out.
Knowing that that's what the 49ers believe in, knowing that their philosophy is based on pass rush. Just think if you're Nick Bosa and you're holding out, he had so much leverage. He knew they had to give him whatever he wanted, right? He knew it. He's so important to what they did, and he could afford to wait as long as he needed to. I think maybe that is hurting him now. Maybe that's one reason he's not playing as well because he missed so much time. But he had them absolutely over a barrel, Kyle.
Yeah, and if you're not, what are you going to do? Not sign Nick Bosa? And that's the thing. In that position, it's not like running back. Running back, you can pick up another young guy. There's always that, it's sort of like a bus stop. You may miss the first one, but there's going to be another one coming down, like a game-changing defensive end. And now they got two of, think about it, Chase Young and Bosa on opposite sides. I mean, this is going to be tremendous to watch. And if they gel and if they play well, you could argue this Niners defense has the best front four in football. I could have made that argument maybe even before the trade and before the season, but now let's see if they live up to it.
So where is this whole Steve Wilkes thing headed for the Niners? A former Niner had some really interesting thoughts on that, and we'll share those with you when we come right back. It's the Drive Guys, Kyle Draper in San Francisco, Whitey here in our Sacramento studios, Sactown Sports.
Has Monty put together a roster that can help make a deep playoff run this season?
Just trying to give coach options, give him guys that can help us win in a variety of areas. Obviously, our top guys are going to play every game, but there's going to be other times, whether it's injuries, matchups, we've got to have some variety on the bench for coach to point to and say, go in there and help us win.
Tune into every Kings game this season
on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
It's the model year-end sales event at Acura of Stockton. Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Lease a new Acura RDX or MDX. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton or AcuraofStockton.com, where precision-crafted performance is at your fingertips.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
By the way, that whoop, 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 I heard that sound today when I got out of my car, pull up, get home, and there was this today before the show. There was like 12 turkeys on my front lawn, and there were some of them were little ones, and that's the sound they were making. That's it.
Really?
Yeah. Have you had turkeys in your neighborhood at all?
Oh yeah, not as much now out here, but back in Massachusetts all the time. Is that the turkey sound right
That's
there?
what they were doing. The little one. Did you get any trick or treaters last night?
Yes. It was tons of them. Halloween's kind of an interesting thing in the Draper household. Obviously my wife, she gets really into it. Like she dresses up with the kids and everything, and she takes them out. And yesterday, and my son, who's 14, like he dressed up as a high school basketball player.
Okay.
I'm like, bro, they're like, I mean, that's your practice uniform you wear on Tuesdays and Thursdays. What is that? He's like, Dad, but my other friend's being a baseball player and I'm being a football, and my other friend's being a football player. So I'm like, all right, dude, all right, and then they just go off. So it's not the same. I don't get to go out with them anymore. I'm the candy giver outer.
Yeah,
that's my role. But no, we tons of them last night.
Well, I'm nothing against your son, but I mean, in a way, if that's your costume, you're implying that's not really what you are.
Ooh.
I mean, am I right?
Right.
If,
you're playing a role. That must not be who you are, right? You're not.
And I know he's a player. I mean, you've told me he's a player. So interesting
man.
Choice right
there.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a
hit him up with that. It'd be like, dude,
I'm not calling him out or anything. I'm not trying to cause problems. It just thought occurred to me. Question. By the way, chat has been great today. Text line's been great. We appreciate it. Martin says, Whitey Drapes, thanks for all the content. Well, thank you. Yeah. I mean, you guys, you provide on the chat more content than we do. Right? We appreciate that. But somebody wants to know, hey guys, who's going to be? It's Martin. Whitey Drapes. Which Kings player going to be high scorer tonight?
I'm going to say, and maybe I think we're both in agreement here, Keegan Murray. Keegan's going to be that guy tonight. Give me Keegan in 28 tonight. How about? Can I get that? Is that a good number? Is that you okay
That's
with that?
That's a nice number.
Keegan in 28 tonight, I think.
And
I need 15 shots at least from him. He got to let it fly.
Yeah.
He got to get it up tonight.
I'm going to go with Monk. I think that's a great call, Keegan. I don't, I want to pick somebody different. I want to see Malik just go off. The way he finished the game against the Lakers, it seemed like he was in total command, total control.
Yeah.
Whereas against the Warriors, it was like, that's not Malik. I mean, he's okay. So I want to see him with a little something for the Warriors tonight. I want to see Malik Monk be the primary king who shuts up Steph Curry and Draymond Green. That's what I'd like to see tonight.
And the thing about Malik is he's had big games against these guys before. Let's not forget he was arguably their best player outside of De'Aaron Fox in the playoffs last season. So you might be spot on with that tonight with Malik Monk.
Now, tall Chinese guy says, why are you taking shots at kids? I'm not taking shots at anybody.
Yeah, you are a little bit. Taking shots at my son a little bit. That's all right.
I don't even know your son. It's the last thing I would do.
That makes it even worse. That's the thing. You don't even know my guy, He might be so much a ball player that's all he owns, Whitey.
Fair enough.
Is basketball gear like that.
All right.
There you go.
Eric S. says Malik for 50. Tall Chinese guy says Murray for 34. What is, I don't know. Do you know, not to put you on the spot, Keegan's career high? I don't know it. I feel
like it's 32. Okay, don't quote me on that.
All right.
But
it's around there, right?
Yeah. I can find that out pretty quickly. I believe it was 31 or 32. Was it at Houston? I believe. I think he had a big game at Houston. Let me stand by, Whitey. I know you.
Compio says my prediction earlier was 29 for Murray, and Compio says Draper is starting to think like me. Is that true? You and Compio?
Oh no, I don't think so. 30 points is Keegan Murray's career high, and it was at Houston back on February 6th earlier this calendar year.
Well
so 30 points, his career high. Murray. Yeah, that's what we need. Can you imagine if he goes off? Because remember, in Game 6 down here, I heard some like the beam chants.
Yeah.
What if we get some Keegan Murray chants? That's when you know things are going terrible for these Warriors.
Yep. Love to hear it. Love to see it tonight. Back real quickly to the 49ers here.
Oh, yeah.
Steve Wilks. What's going on with Steve Wilks? Chase Young now, he's going to improve the pass rush, and everything's great, right? This is interesting from Richard Sherman, who, as you know, great defensive player, and he played for the 49ers for years. Here's what Richard Sherman says about this situation. He says, for you to sit there and run games and stunts and do all these other things instead of ears back and saying, go get the quarterback, like these guys have specialized in for, 3 or 4 years, it's weird, says Richard Sherman. It's weird, and I think Kyle Shanahan has had enough, end quote. That's Richard Sherman's take on the Shanahan-Steve Wilks situation.
Is that what's happening? Is Richard Sherman correct? Like, Steve Wilks is putting in stunts and all the, instead of just saying, guys, go get them. I need to look at the tape and see, has that been the problem? They're getting too fancy on the defensive line. And if that is the case, why is it taking 8 games to fix?
I'm with you. That would be such a simple fix.
Right. A simple fix. So there has to be more to the story than that. There's some, there can be a situation, Whitey, where everybody's to blame.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Wilks not doing the best he could do. Bosa's not doing, everybody can share in the blame. It's not just, Steve Wilks, he's the problem, or we got to move him onto the field. That'll fix everything. Or you get Chase Young, all is great now. There's a little bit of everything, You could throw it on the defensive line. You could throw it on Steve Wilks. You could throw it on the secondary. Even, how does that explain the missed tackles, Richard Sherman? That would be my question to him. It doesn't, right?
I think this was to a degree inevitable. I mean, Robert Saleh was, beloved and did a great job to the point where he got a head coaching job. When D'Amico came in, I was thinking, people were so high on Saleh, even though a couple of years earlier they'd wanted to fire him. But it's a tough act to follow. But D'Amico Ryans did a great job. And if anything, he did in some respects a better job. So then he goes on. So that's 2 guys that did such a great job as your defensive coordinator. Right. They got head coaching jobs. That's a tough act to follow, as I say. Then you bring in a guy from outside the organization and Steve Wilkes has said, I have my style and it's a little different. So in some ways, the 49ers have asked for this. When the team is playing well, obviously no problem. But when the defense starts to struggle, then it looks, hey, he's the new guy. What's wrong there? So some of this, the 49ers really brought on themselves.
I agree. And then you also look at, let's say Steve Wilkes has his own style, the way he calls games and everything, his system, let's say.
Yeah.
Don't we think Kyle Shanahan knew that?
Yes.
And then, so if Steve Wilkes is doing what he's always done, then how much blame should be placed in Kyle Shanahan for bringing in a guy that is doing that? Mike Brown told a story about when he took over and coached the Lakers. He had replaced Phil Jackson, and, Kobe had all the success with Phil Jackson. He had won 5 rings with Phil Jackson, but Mike Brown came in with his style, his way of doing things. And then he realized, why would Kobe would say, but I won 5 titles by doing it this way. And it's sort of what Steve Wilkes finds himself in now. If what Richard Sherman is saying is correct, and it's a style thing, a system thing, Bosa and those guys are thinking, man, we had success doing it this way for so long. Now Steve Wilkes might be asking us to do something different. And I place that blame on Kyle Shanahan for bringing him in, putting him in that situation.
Right. Yeah, me too. But this will, maybe you've seen this already, Kyle, but if you haven't, this will bring you great joy and comfort. Kyle Shanahan says that he and Steve Wilkes are going to talk about whether Steve Wilkes should be calling the game from on the field. He said, we haven't talked about it yet, but we're going to talk about that and see if that's better. So I know that you think that makes a huge difference, whether he's in the box. No, in all seriousness, I know we joked about that. Steve Wilkes has said, I like being up there. That's where I like. He says, I don't like the emotion of being on the sideline. I want to be away from that so that I can think. But, it's like, well, the last 2 guys are on the sideline, so maybe he should be on the sidelines. Again, they've kind of asked for some of these problems.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's not like all of a sudden Steve Wilkes woke up and said, from now on, I'm going to start coaching up in the box.
Yeah, right.
This is what he's been doing. And, maybe I need to hear from somebody who's way more knowledgeable about football than me, a coach or something. Like, what's the difference? Like, tangibly, what can we say that, if Steve Wilkes is on the field, this will be better because of X, Y, and Z? Is it because easier to communicate with the players? I just don't get why it would make that big of a difference.
When we come back, we'll take one more peek at what's going on with the Raiders and where they go from here, and a lot more, of course, on the Kings and the Warriors with Kyle Draper getting ready for the call tonight at Chase Center in San Francisco. It's The Drive, guys, on Sactown Sports.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division type GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and All-NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each and every Sacramento Kings game can be heard right here on your proud home of the Beam team, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Hey, small business owner. Are you ready to have the best year ever in 2024? When's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs. But Pi Insurance could save you up to 30% in just 3 minutes. Go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for your business. No hassles or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could make this your best year ever. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
Model year-end pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the model year-end event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at folsomlakehonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at folsomlakehonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey guys, do you know what makes Revive Men's Health Sacramento different? You. Every Revive treatment and medication is personalized just for you. Revive has the experts that guys go to when their current treatment isn't working. They have a complicated medical condition, or they're just not happy with their daily performance. Since 2011, they've helped thousands of local men suffering with the symptoms of low T and ED. Their goal is simple, to get to the bottom of your issues and fix them. Your best performance requires more than generic ED medications or a low-dose testosterone booster at a low-ball price like you find online. Revive medications are custom compounded, affordable, and guaranteed to resolve your issues. Stop dealing with the symptoms of low T or ED. Book your free T-check and exam and save $199 today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit us at revivemenshealth.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave asking you, are you feeling the pain of paying more and more for your gas? PG&E has increased their rates 4 times in the last 5 years, and the new forecast says PG&E customers may see their bills increase 32% by 2026. The good thing is there are steps you can take to protect yourself from these rate hikes, and better yet, American Energy may be able to help you completely eliminate your gas bill with a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. Did you know SMUD offers huge rebates to eliminate your old gas guzzler? They can help you guide through the whole process. Seriously, listen to me. You go to the SMUD website. There's tons of rebates available, but it is confusing on how to do it. Listen to these rebates. $2,500 from American Energy, $3,500 from SMUD, $1,000 from Caltech, $2,000 home system upgrades. That's $9,000 in rebates. Let American Energy help you out at 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Yeah, we got a headline for you. It's Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper. The Kings made a trade today, and I know a lot of people on the chat are wondering, and text line wondering what exactly is going on. Kyle Draper, I didn't mean to put you on the spot earlier by asking you about this, but yes, the Kings have made a trade. They've picked up Philip Petrusev and cash from the Clippers. Interesting thing about a trade is typically you give something up, you get something back. We have no idea whatever the Kings are giving up. We don't know, and we barely know what it is they're getting back. Nothing against Philip Petrusev, but he played one game in his NBA career, I think it is?
Yeah, one game, and I think, 3 minutes or 11, something like that. It was for the Sixers a couple of nights ago, October 29th. Was his NBA debut. 6'11" big man out of Serbia. And so, take a flyer on him, see what he can do.
Mm-hmm. So he's having a week because the Clippers just they got him from Philly, and then I think he just arrived, and it's like, yeah, don't get comfortable because we're sending you to Sacramento. So as I said earlier, it sounds like maybe in some ways it resembles an old Billy Bean Moneyball move where this guy's available. He one time was considered a really top prospect, and so he's got size, obviously. Size, one thing you can't coach, and so the Kings bring him in and see if they've got a player, potentially, high reward, low risk move. So why not?
Yeah, why not? And like you said, I don't know what they gave up. The fact that they also got cash back as well. Like, you rarely hear that. Maybe you give up cash considerations to get a player or something like that, but no, it'll be interesting to see, to hear what they give up. And, maybe Mike Brown will address it in his pregame press conference tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so not a huge move, but a little bit of a surprise. And maybe the Kings have now they'll have – how many centers will they have now with this move? Because they'll have four. Will they have four centers? Four legitimate centers?
Yeah, 4 guys, 6'11" and above. Domas, JaVale, Alex Lynn and Petrusev. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So complete opposite of last year, right? When you only had 2. Well, I guess you had Rashawn Holmes, but he was sort of undersized too, though, right? Yeah.
Which brings us again to the Warriors, Kyle. They're undersized. How can we take advantage of that? How can we make them pay?
That's a great question, because when you look at Domantas Sabonis, he's done well this season, especially Friday against Looney. He more than held his own in that. Who's the weak link defensively on this Warriors team? I think,
It's probably Steph.
That's but one thing the Kings don't do is hunt for the mismatch. They're not a pick and roll kind of team or anything like that. They're instituting that a little more this season, but
they're hunting for the open shot more than they are the mismatch.
Right, exactly. It's not like LeBron, searching. We don't have that guy that's searching for that mismatch and trying to get Steph on LeBron or something like that. And so I think, if I'm the Kings, I'm putting Steph in a lot of actions, right? I'm making them at least run around defensively, work defensively. And that's what they do naturally by their style of offense. But, the old adage is you got to tire Steph down. And we talked a little bit about it earlier. Now with Chris Paul, he doesn't have as many responsibilities. And, it's interesting because when I was watching Steph Curry play, they were hiding him defensively. I forgot who he was guarding. There was a stretch on Friday night. It wasn't De'Aaron Fox. It wasn't Malik Monk. He was guarding a guy that, probably isn't necessarily as much of an offensive threat as some of those other guys. But I think you got to make Steph Curry pay on the defensive end.
Yeah, and as I've said a number of times, I know late in the game, the Kings made a little run here. They had some success with some traps, but that'll be probably tougher to do because Draymond will be playing for the Warriors tonight. He's say what you will about Draymond Green. He's an excellent passer, so excellent ball mover.
Yeah, and you look at Draymond's numbers this season. I know he hasn't played a lot, against the Pelicans, 6 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists in 22 minutes. And so his impact obviously is passing on offense and communication and positioning on defense. And so, one of the things, when you talk about Draymond, his impact is greater than the numbers. And I wonder, do you think he's a Hall of Famer? He's a guaranteed Hall of Famer, isn't he? Just for 4 championship rings and being a big part of it, I think he is.
I think you could debate whether he should be. Maybe there's a debate there, but he's going to be. I don't think there's any question. So, yeah, I mean, you could have a conversation. Iguodala's probably, we talked about that.
Yeah.
If Iguodala's in the conversation, Draymond's in.
Definitely, right? Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
So, Kings with their hands full tonight. We'll get back to that in just a moment here with the drive, guys. I wanted to just circle back to whatever it is that's going on with the Raiders. As I said earlier, for the first time in my life, I'm glad the Raiders left Oakland because it's just a disaster right now. Mark Davis doesn't appear to really know what he's doing. How do you give Josh McDaniels, first of all, how do you give him a 6-year contract?
Right.
And then you fire him 2 years in.
Right. Yeah. And it goes back to your point, Mark Davis, doesn't know what he's doing.
I don't
you're
think
right.
he does. Yeah.
Even if you thought Josh McDaniels was your guy, a 6-year deal? What has he proven? What has he done to earn that?
Right. It's like, we had to give him a 6-year deal to get him. Well, then you shouldn't have got him.
Right. Exactly. Well, then, you know what? He's not worth that. It'd be different if he had some success elsewhere, or, he didn't flame out the way he did in Denver. But based on his track record, there's no way you were supposed to give him a 6-year deal. And then you fire him in his second year. And so now you got to pay out that contract. Now you got to bring in another coach, Antonio Pierce will fill in.
Mm-hmm.
Now do you, bring in another guy for another 4-year deal or something like that? And so you're right. It's a mess right now. But I do think, Whitey, we could criticize the Raiders all we want right now, but I think we all agree Mark Davis made the correct move today, getting rid of Josh McDaniels. Like, we can argue and say, you shouldn't have brought him in, shouldn't have signed him to. True, all that's true. But on this day, he made the right move.
Yes, he just corrected an error that he had made. But all right, yeah, I'll give you that. Sure, I see that because it just and your fan base was very upset. And apparently, one of the issues between Mark Davis and Josh McDaniels was that Jimmy and you and I like Jimmy G, but that was Josh's guy, and he's just he's been terrible. I think somebody on the chat yesterday said Jimmy's playing like he's got a bad back. He's been battered. He's been bad, and they've just made a series of. McDaniels and the GM have made a series of bad decisions. I don't think the team was ever as good as they thought it was when they took over there. This team is probably, 2 or 3 years past what should have been a rebuild. So maybe now somebody will have the wherewithal and the wisdom to say, Reggie McKenzie did a great job when he first got there. He tore that thing down, and then he and Del Rio built it up. They did a pretty good job. I think it's time for another teardown.
But what does that include? Does that include a Josh Jacobs trade? Does that include a Devontae Adams trade? Like when you say you have pieces, don't you? You have pieces. You have Crosby on the defensive end. And so you have some pieces out there if you're the Raiders. And so I don't know if they're that far away from a full teardown. And also, when you look at it, when you look at the AFC, and I'm not saying this is their year and they can turn it around, but there's a lot of mediocre teams in the AFC right now. When I looked at the standings, I got, why can't the Raiders turn it around under Aiden O'Connell, turn it around under Pierce? And I'm not saying they're going to go for it, Whitey. I think they should. I don't want to say tank, but you got to find out what you're going to get with O'Connell. Maybe draft a quarterback if he's not the guy. But when you look at the AFC, unequivocally, I can say the Dolphins, the Bills, the Ravens, the Bengals, the Jaguars, and the Chiefs are unequivocally better rosters than the Raiders. Outside of that, I think it's a whole lot of mush in the AFC.
Sure, but do you want to be the best of the mush teams, or do you want to be a really good team? Right. I don't think that they've drafted well enough. They've gone back to when Gruden was there, and you can pick, like Jacobs. That was a good pick. They've had a few good picks, but overall, I don't think the roster is strong enough stem to stern. So then, you go out and you augment that with some free agents. Well, I think Devontae Adams is a great example of how you bring him in to augment the roster. Well, there's nothing there for him to augment. It's not good enough. So I think because they haven't drafted well enough, that's why I think it's time for the teardown. Yeah, they got a few outstanding free agents, but not enough of them really to make a difference. And you're right. I mean, again, do you want to be year to year a team that maybe if things break right for us, we win 9 games? And that's, again, if everything goes right for you.
Right.
So I think it's time for the teardown. But again, Mark Davis doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
It's delusional.
What they say, what do they say about, the worst position to be in is a mediocre team.
Right.
You either want to be really good or really bad. You don't want to be in that middle, perennially, like you said, a 9-win team, because there's no hope there. You're going to be okay, but not great. No hope, no future. At least if you tear it down, get some high draft picks, there's some future, some hope for the future. They might be in a position, but they got talent. Like, who can they go out there and get? Could they have made a Kirk Cousins kind of trade before he got hurt or something like that? Would Kirk Cousins have made this a better team? I think so.
I think right now that what they need to do is make sure they get the right coaching in there for Aiden O'Connell so that they give him the best chance to be a good player. Either that or just forget it and hope you get Caleb Williams. That's the way I would go. I hope they figured out, because Raider fans deserve a lot better than what they're getting.
And one good thing, this is a deep quarterback draft, right? It's not just, Caleb Williams and then nobody else. You should be able to get some talent, top 10. I need to look at their draft situation, but maybe they bottom out and maybe they do have a top 10 pick this season. You get a Drake May out of, Duke or somebody like that. And so I do think there is some quarterbacks to be had in this draft.
When we come back to the NBA, the Kings and the Warriors, and this, KD just hit 27,000 career points last night. So where does he belong on the all-time greats list? I've got a view on that I think may shock you. Next year, it's a Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Will Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers brass go all the way this season?
Could the Niners win their first Super Bowl since 1995?
Join us throughout the season to hear all the games and all the analysis on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Mark Finan in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Skies will stay mainly clear to partly cloudy tonight with overnight lows in the mid-40s. During the day tomorrow, skies will be partly cloudy. Look for highs in the mid-70s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
Winter's coming, so let's kick off the cold season right and get your heater all tuned up. Now just $79. No matter how cold it gets outside, you'll always be warm and toasty inside. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com.
This could be the start of a break-in.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Or the end of one. Introducing 24/7 LiveGuard protection, only from Simply Safe. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave letting you know Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room and primetime football location is back. Cap Casino giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Check it out. Capital Casino. And as always, please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Kings and Warriors coming up, and of course you get to the game early. You're watching the warm-ups, and you got players shooting. You also have players stretching out near half court. I'm just wondering, Kyle Draper, what kind of stretching pregame do? You stretch your vocal cords here? You got the call tonight at NBC Sports California once again. What's Kyle Draper's pregame ritual, as far as you can share with us? Yeah, with Kyle Draper joining us here in just a moment. Yeah, maybe this is part of his ritual. He doesn't actually have his headphones on right now, so he can't actually hear me because he doesn't realize that we're back on the radio. But we'll get him back on just a second here. On the chat, some interesting points here on the Raiders. MTDG says, we're in the playoffs 2 years ago. Certainly true, but I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, MTDG, the Raiders actually were outscored that year. They had a negative point differential, which to me suggests that maybe they weren't as good as they thought they were. And so, again, they try to build off of that with not a very clear view of how good their team was. There's Kyle Draper. He's back with us.
My bad.
No problem.
We're telling Steph Curry stories over here with my guy Mike, the engineer, and we're talking about how Steph Curry's the bad boy now. You know,
yeah.
He's growing to become a hated guy now. So, and I agreed with Mike on that.
So we were wondering, Kyle, you know, you go to the game early, as I said, and you see players stretching and warming up. How's Kyle Draper stretch vocal cords? How do you get ready physically and mentally for a broadcast?
You know, this is a different kind of season, right, Whitey? Because I'm doing radio now, and so usually I don't talk to anybody for 3 or 4 hours before a game, really. You know, I'm by myself getting mentally ready. Now, you know, I'm talking a lot before the game. I always have a cup of tea, hot tea before the game, that kind of thing. I carry around my cough drops with me as well. And, you know, I take my allergy medicine when I wake up. And so it's a whole process, man. You know, you can't just roll in and do this job. You know, there's a lot of things that go into it. And so that's like my worst fear is like losing my voice during the game or something like that, you know. And you know how it is. We make our money with our voices, you know, and that's our money maker. And so you got to take care of it.
Yeah. So you say you put something in the tea, or you just the tea straight?
Yeah,
tea?
you know, usually it's a sort of a lemon kind of honey tea or something like that. You know, I'm not an Earl Grey kind of guy or a chamomile or nothing like that. You know, it's more of a eucalyptus or something like that. Something that massages your throat, if you will. Yeah.
Nice. Well, you touched on this yesterday. I forget how we started talking about KD. I think maybe you pointed out that over the weekend he became the 12th leading scorer of all time, passing Akeem. And I think next on the list at 11, I think, is Elvin Hayes, and he's like 300 or so shy of that. Yeah, because he had 27,000 last night. So where does KD rank among the all-time greats? And here's where I think I may surprise you. I don't know. Maybe you agree with me. To me, you look at the whole body of KD's work. I think KD, to me, is better than Kobe Bryant. And I don't know why you would laugh at that.
Dude, come on, man. You're just trolling right now.
No.
You're trolling.
No.
Whitey.
No.
Whitey, stop it. Stop it.
Kobe was better defensively. He was like 11 times all-league. KD never
way
made
better defensively.
But Kobe, for some reason, gets a pass for how inefficient he was offensively. And you look at the scoring numbers, not just scoring, but the shooting, and it's not even close. Now, we're talking about two all-time greats here, okay? So I'm not saying KD's great, Kobe sucks. No, we're talking about all-time greats. Kobe won more championships. KD and Kobe played with better teams. KD won 2 championships. They both, I think, were MVP once. To me, if I were picking players to start a team with, to me, KD is a better player than Kobe Bryant. Doesn't have the reputation, but a better player.
You know what, Whitey?
Why is that laughable?
But before I come back at you, I appreciate your take. This is one of those takes because I'm already looking at the YouTube chat. I already know people are driving off the road listening to us right now. Like that could be. There are some people who list Kobe as a top 3 player of all time.
They're wrong. Top 3 of all time? That's the thing. Kobe has this reputation.
Got Kobe ahead of LeBron.
Yeah, and there's just no way that's true. I don't care what some people say if some people are wrong. So that's neither here nor there as far as this argument goes.
All right, let's debate this with our minds and not necessarily with our hearts. Let's have a realistic, objective debate about this topic. Do you consider Kobe a top 10 player of all time?
I don't have a list here, so he certainly, okay.
So then that means you consider Kevin Durant a top 10 player of all time.
Yes.
Now, Kevin Durant's success in terms of winning championships came when he was with arguably the greatest team ever assembled in the Golden State Warriors, who had won 73 games before KD came.
Who's a better shooter, Kobe or Kevin Durant? Who's better at shooting the basketball?
That's a great guy. I don't know if I can give that to you because it's
not even close.
It's a different game now, Whitey.
If you're not going to give that to me, then you're not even looking at facts.
No, because you're not looking at facts. Because I could argue. You said Kevin Durant won 2 championships, right?
Well, I didn't argue that he did.
And you said Kobe played on better teams than Kevin Durant. That is categorically false. Maybe because he had Shaq the first 3, but what about the last 2? He carried Pau Gasol and Bynum and Ron Artest to a championship. Kevin Durant won a championship with Steph Curry, another top 10 player.
Pau Gasol's a Hall of Famer.
But he's not a top 10. Steph Curry's a top 10 player. So
Kobe played with Shaq and they won 3, and Kevin Durant played with Steph and they won 2. So
exactly. But Kobe
how
also
does that make
played
Kobe better?
No, because Kobe played with Pau Gasol and Andrew Bynum and still won 2. Kobe's career outside of Shaq equals Kevin Durant's career. Let's keep it real. And I'm not even a Kobe guy. Kobe's great. I don't think he's a top 5 player of all time. But the fact that you're going to put Kevin Durant, who his only real accomplishments in terms of winning came with arguably a 73-win Golden State Warriors team, the greatest team of all time, and you're just thinking of Kobe with Shaq. What about Kobe in 2009 and 2010 carrying that team?
Well,
you got me fired up. You got my blood pressure up. I'm supposed to be chilling, resting my boys here.
Interesting where you're going is that Kobe's team's won, so he's a better player than Durant. That's really the only argument other than the defense, which I gave you flat out, no question. And again, I gave you Kobe's a great player. But you look at offensive efficiency, which is important. And you can say, it's a better game. What? It's not?
It's not. It's a different game.
KD is head and shoulders above Kobe.
It's
not in offensive efficiency.
I appreciate
it's not
this.
even close.
I appreciate this because when you lay down at night, when you go to sleep tonight, there's no way in heck you believe that. I hope you can sleep well coming up with this argument because you got the trolls out there. You got to rise out of people, man.
All you're saying
nice job. I'm proud of you.
You're saying I'm silly, but you're not actually arguing with me. You're saying, that's ridiculous.
I don't think you really believe that.
I absolutely do.
Okay.
Kobe Bryant is he was very inefficient, and he has this, of course, everything that I think he had the reputation before the tragedy, which I don't even want to get into, but he was iconic. And I think the fact that he's iconic blinds us to some of the things, some of the flaws in his game, which, again, an all-time great. But when you talk about shooting, really, if it's not close. Anybody who says, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, they're either lying or they're not paying attention to what actually happened.
But here's the problem. And this is, and Whitey, I respect your basketball mind. You've loved the NBA since day one. I understand that.
In 1946.
But you're spending too much time looking at Basketball Reference instead of watching actual games right now. Kobe Bryant was an assassin. Kobe Bryant,
that doesn't mean anything.
Yes, it does.
He was an assassin.
So what
that's
does
the type
mean
of thing
something?
People go, yes, he was. It doesn't mean anything.
Does 5 championships mean something?
Yeah.
Does 2 finals MVPs mean something? Does number 4 all-time in NBA scoring mean something? Does multiple times all defensive first team mean something? What means something? The only thing that means something to you right now, Whitey, is, Kevin Durant is more efficient. Come on.
Well, he was a 2-time
Ray Allen was
MVP.
more efficient than Kobe Bryant. Is he a better player?
No. Kevin Durant also was 2-time finals MVP, right? He's 12th all-time in scoring, and he's not done yet. So
you got me fired. You knew I would get fired. But see,
that's the thing. This argument comes down to, he was an assassin. It's all these vague terms. He was a winner. That's true, but you have to look at what happened on the floor.
Look at the resume.
Who missed the most shots in the history of the NBA?
Names off, if you take the names off and you just look at the resumes, whose resume is better?
Well, see, again, you're talking about team accomplishments. If you look at the numbers, which is part of a resume, it's Durant, and it's not that close.
Durant really hasn't accomplished anything outside of playing with the Gold. Durant's career outside of Golden State is George Gervin.
They went to the finals against
LeBron. And they lost to LeBron. They almost outside of that,
73.
He also was part of the biggest choke job in the NBA when you're up 3-2 against Golden State or 3-1 against Golden State, and the Warriors come back and beat you, and then the next year you go join them. Kevin Durant's a great player.
Yes,
don't get me to saying Kevin
players.
Durant. Kevin Durant's an amazing player, but Kobe Bryant. Nobody mentions Kevin Durant top 10 all time.
I don't
Nobody
care.
says that.
I don't care what other people say or other people.
You know what? I'm gonna let you die on that. Stand on that all you want. It's okay to be wrong in this world, Whitey, and you're wrong on this one.
Don't think so. I know most people will say I am, but I don't think so. And I encourage you. You can laugh at me all you want, but I encourage you. You don't have to tell anybody, but you just check it yourself and you look at it. And then you don't have to get back to me.
I don't have to. The eye test.
For your own
that's
sake.
The problem.
Get your head out of a book,
Whitey. Get your head out of your YouTube screen and Basketball Reference. Watch the freaking games. Watch the games. Kobe, come on, man. Kobe Bryant carried the 2000. He went to 3 straight NBA Finals, 2008, 2009, 2010, with the second best player being Pau Gasol, who's a great player, Hall of Famer, but he's no Steph Curry.
We're taking time out here. We'll get back to this conversation. How do you beat the Dubs without your best player as the Kings get ready to take on the Warriors tonight? Kyle Draper, San Francisco. I'm in Sacramento here. I'm taking your calls as well. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL?
Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Red Hawk Resort Casino is the best place to go all in and all out. Go all in at our table games, then go all out to win on the area's only 3-story indoor kart track. Or go all in for our famous award-winning buffet. Then go all out at our state-of-the-art 18-lane bowling center. And now with a world-class sports bar and beautiful resort hotel, you can go all in for fun and all out for comfort. We're Red Hawk Resort Casino, official casino partner of the Sacramento Kings.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Carmichael Dave here for Jiffy Lube, your proud sponsor of the Drive of the Game. Now listen to every Kings game for Gary Gerald's Drive of the Game call. Then listen to Jason and myself the next morning for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area. Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season at Jiffy Lube today. Oil changes, wiper blades, tire rotations, and more. For more information, go to jiffylube.com.
One of the things with running is I want to enjoy the run, but I never made it very far because the arches in my feet just killed me. So when I got to the end of my rope and I said, I have to do something to get rid of the pain, and a couple people recommended the Good Feet store to me. I loved how I could go in and get a free personalized arch support fitting. They put that time, that work, that effort into helping you find the right arch supports. And you can walk around this store with these in your shoes and try them out before you purchase them. So after I got my arch supports, the arches on my feet stopped hurting and the pain instantly, literally instantly went away. So if you have pain, go. Find a Good Feet store and go. There is an answer. Find the simple solution that will get rid of your pain. I'm Rondi, and that's my Good Feet story.
See how Good Feet arch supports work for you before you buy with a free fitting and test walk at the Good Feet store.
Knee, hip, foot, leg, or back pain? Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sactown Sports.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
How are you? Drive Guys.
Oh,
Have
man.
a conversation going. It's interesting that we can't have this conversation without some people losing their cool a little bit.
Yeah,
How
who
about
would do that? Who would do that? That'd be, this is
We are
just-
getting a number of comments, Kyle Draper. Kyle Draper's in San Francisco. I'm here in our Sacramento studios, of course. Kyle's getting ready with the call tonight. The Kings and the Warriors. We're just talking about this. Well, I'm not going to say it's a thing because I'm the one that brought it up, talking about KD, where he belongs. In, you want to come on for a second, Henry? Henry Turner's
Flyer,
ready for
yes.
game day. He had a really interesting take on this. Is that all right with you, Kyle?
Yeah, High Flyer's my guy. I trust his basketball knowledge.
Yeah, the high flyer, Henry Turner. Henry, in short, we were just talking about KD, how good is KD? Because, he's a 12th now on the all-time list. And I said in my mind, I think KD is better than Kobe.
No way.
I'm in the minority here. I would love to hear your opinion.
No way, no how.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My thing is this. Like I said, it's been a lot of great players to come through this league.
Mm-hmm.
And what takes you to that next level, that elite level, is your will to win. You got Michael Jordan, you got Kobe Bryant, and everybody else falls up under those two. Everybody else. That's why I really don't put LeBron as the GOAT.
So you're saying Kobe's better than LeBron?
Say what?
Are you saying Kobe is better than LeBron?
When it comes down to the will to win.
Okay, but I mean, overall.
Okay,
he's trying to get
LeBron
you right
got
now,
the stats.
Fire. He's trying to back you into a corner.
I asked him a question.
Bro, he don't weigh enough to back me down, dog. I go hard in the paint. But no, what I'm saying is that the stats, yes, LeBron will get everybody with stats. I'm talking about winning, just straight out winning basketball games.
Mm-hmm.
I'm putting these guys head to head, one-on-one. Who would win? And I got Michael and I got Kobe.
And let me chime in right here too, High Flyer and Whitey, because one of the things I brought up off air to Mike, our engineer, is that Kobe was a culture setter. Like, he set the culture of your franchise. So his impact was greater, Whitey, than Basketball Reference and efficiency and everything like that. He made guys better. I don't know how much better Kevin Durant makes players. Kobe makes guys better just from his work ethic, his will behind the scenes, the locker room. He demands excellence from the guys he plays with. And so that's that. I factor all that into it also, not just numbers or stats or anything like that.
Okay, put it like this too, KD. Has Kevin Durant won a championship to where he's the number one alpha dog?
Some saying it would Golden State.
Come on, man. Steph was
the
MVP
MVP Finals twice.
Yes.
So was Andre Iguodala.
And thank you.
Andre Iguodala was not the MVP Finals twice.
He was MVP Finals once. You know that, Whitey.
I know, but you don't seem to. So
and he is not the guy. I'm saying, being the number one that's going to carry your team. I don't care who you got on your roster. Number one, Mike. Number two, Kobe.
Mm-hmm. So I just want to clarify here, because you're I understand your point, and you played. So obviously there's an area of, expertise you have that I cannot match. But are you saying that they are the two best players then? That Michael and Kobe are therefore the two best players? Is that what you're saying? Because it sounds like you're.
You know what? Skill wise. Now we're going to skill.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this: skill wise, if Steph Curry had above the rim game and he was 6'7", 6'8", he would be the best that has ever done it. Because skill wise, can't nobody touch that dude.
Yeah, I got you. The Kings have to try to touch him tonight, Henry.
I know. I hate saying that. Ooh, I hate saying that. But he's a handful, bro. I mean, as far and I'll tell you what. You know, you look at Steph Curry and you see the light skin and the green eyes, and he kind of lulls you to sleep. But Steph Curry is a killer.
Mm-hmm.
He is a stone cold killer on the floor. I mean, don't get the good guy persona wrong. This dude will try to annihilate you on the basketball court.
Are we saying here, and I know you didn't say this, but a lot of people here on the chat are saying, so Kobe was an assassin. Are we saying KD, especially at his best, he's been injured a little bit, KD was not an assassin? Are we saying that? Are we saying that he was just he'd stay on the corner and make jump shots?
No. He was much more than that.
He was an assassin.
He was much more than that.
What are we doing right now?
He's much more than that.
What I'm trying to say is when you point out that Kobe was better because he was an assassin, well, so was Kevin Durant. That's all I'm saying.
There's different levels to this, though.
And you know what? That almost goes to, okay, if you got all three of these guys on, let's give it 4.
Okay.
You got all 4 of these guys on the court. KD, you got Michael Jordan, you got Kevin Durant, you got LeBron, and you got Kobe. Who you want taking your last second shot?
Doesn't matter who I want taking the shot, because Kobe's taking it. Because he ain't passing it.
But I'm just saying, who would you want to take your last second shot?
That's easy. It's either Jordan or it's KD.
No, it's not easy. I'm gonna tell you why. Because what do you need? You need a 2 or 3.
Well,
now that changes it, don't it?
Well, KD can get me either one.
I'm gonna say it. That changes the whole complexity. Because I tell you what, if I need a 3, it's either gonna be in Steph's hands or KD's hands.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There you go.
Oh man,
that just mixes it up a little bit, Katie. That's
I appreciate that. We can leave it there for now. No,
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
backing off of it, but we need to move on with things. Yeah. I think, well, you know what I think, and I know what you think. So we'll move on to the task at hand tonight, which is trying to figure out how in the world, Kyle, you're there, Henry getting ready for game night. How, without De'Aaron Fox, do you have a hope of slowing down Steph Curry tonight?
KD.
What you got? Hey, you the
me? Okay.
You the defensive stopper. You the
know
guy
what?
that guarded MJ, Mitch Richmond, and all these other guys. It's your turn, big fella.
Hey, I think the Kings' onus shouldn't be on how they're going to stop Curry because he's going to get his. I think the Kings' onus should be, how is life going to be without De'Aaron Fox? You know, who's going to be that guy that's going to step up? Who's going to be that guy that can step up? You know, everybody, they talk about, do they want to be the alpha, but do you really want to be the alpha? Everybody can't be that dude. Everybody don't have it on the inside to be that guy. And I'm pretty sure Mike Brown is looking at this as a blessing in disguise saying, okay, which one of my guys are going to step up? Because it might be another situation to where De'Aaron might not be on the floor. You know, it might be another injury. It might be something as simple as the dude is sick. He's out with a cold. But it's a game that you don't have De'Aaron at your disposal. Who's going to be the guy to step up?
Right.
Is there going to be an opportunity for Colby Jones tonight? I'm not saying he's going to step up to that degree. Is he going to get a chance to show that he belongs in the rotation?
You know what? I like Colby Jones. Colby Jones is going to be a good player in my eye, but he has too many others in front of him right now. You know, I mean, do you really sacrifice Duarte's minutes to put Colby Jones on the floor?
Well, I only asked that because, and correct me if I'm wrong, Drapes, but Mike Brown had said that Colby Jones is probably going to get some kind of opportunity tonight. That's what the coach said. So
I mean, okay, and is he going to get it at the 1 or is he going to get it at the 2?
That's a good
because
question.
see, my thing was, and I thought this about Golden State, and I said it to you, KD, when we was in the garage and we was walking against the Warriors. I honestly thought Malik Monk should have been on the floor at the end.
Right.
But I thought Malik and De'Aaron should have been on the floor at the end, especially when you need a guy that can facilitate, get to the basket and score too. So I see tonight Monk probably going to have most of the point guard duties.
Point guard minutes.
Right.
Right. Exactly. And I 100% agree with you. I got Colby Jones 5 to 10 minutes tonight, high flyer, because I do think you need another guard. Unless you're playing Davion 35 minutes tonight, Malik Monk 35. I do think there will be some spot minutes for Colby Jones, but I look at him more of at the 2 spot tonight, and not necessarily the 1. I don't know if he's ready to handle the 1 spot right now on this offense.
You know what? I will say it like this. I don't think it's more so the offense, KD, because Sabonis brings the ball up 90% of the time anyway.
Yeah.
You know, my thing is with Colby Jones is it still a question of the minutes at that 2 spot? Okay, Kevin Huerter came out and did some nice things. All right. We seen Duarte do some nice things, but Jones did some nice things too in the preseason. I think Mike want to get him a look and some real live time and say, okay, let me see what this kid can do.
Right. And this is a chance tonight. You're shorthanded. See what you got. See if the moment's too big for him, because it looked like in the preseason that
nothing was too big for him.
Right, exactly. But different animal tonight, as you well know.
That's true. You know, you have your practice players, and the thing about it is that you might have a young bull in your stable that, okay, when the lights is on, he's ready. So take a look at him.
We got to take a very quick timeout. When we come back, some of our magic numbers, what the Kings have to do, which numbers they got to hit tonight to have a shot against the Warriors in San Francisco. That's next with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Can the Niners build off their NFC Championship appearance from last season? How will the quarterbacks perform throughout the year?
Purdy back, now going to throw for the end zone, wide open, Brandon Ayuk is on fire!
Will the defense lead this squad again?
Intercepted! Ball got tipped up and taken by Fred Warner!
Get all your 49er coverage throughout the NFL season on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Hey, small business owner. Are you ready to have the best year ever in 2024? When's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs. But Pi Insurance could save you up to 30% in just 3 minutes. Go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for your business. No hassles or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could make this your best year ever. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Well, I didn't realize this at the time, but I had no chance of talking about the KD Kobe thing. We don't need to get back into it, Kyle, but I had no chance because, Henry comes in. Hey, Henry, what do you think? He's literally wearing a Kobe T-shirt. I had no,
Is he really?
I had no idea. He literally is wearing a Kobe T-shirt. But Kobe, not one of your two all-time heroes.
No.
Julius Erving?
Kobe or Mike.
Yeah.
Neither one of them on my all.
Henry was just telling me there's only 2 jerseys you've ever worn besides your own.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Number 32, not 6. Number 32, New Jersey Knicks. I'm talking about Big Afro Julius Erving.
Dr. J.
Dr. J,
Erving.
baby.
Yeah.
He's the man. He's the reason why I want to play basketball. And come on, KD. As a kid, I had to have about 90 of these posters in my room where George Gervin was sitting on the big George Gervin, number 44, San Antonio Spurs. Those are the only 2 jerseys I've ever worn besides my own. Yep.
Man, I'll tell you what. I think, and you tell me, High Fire, Dr. J, Julius Erving, one of the most underrated players, I think, in basketball. Because people just look at his NBA career and say, oh, 1 title, all this. He had Moses Malone. This guy, he was the idol of many. Before there was Mike, before there was Kobe, it was Dr. J.
He wasn't done, but he was not the same player by the time we even saw him in the NBA.
Right.
Not even close.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, when Julius Erving played in the ABA, there was nobody in the league that can touch him. I mean, he was just a man among boys on another level. And the reason that I love him so much is that there hasn't been a more professional dude come through this whole league than Julius Erving.
Mm-hmm.
Julius Erving is the epitome of a pro.
We talk about the all-time greats and who belongs in the top 10 and all that. It wasn't that long ago that most people would have said, Steph's good, but he's not that good. And I think what he did against Boston in the finals has kind of changed the narrative. Wouldn't you agree that for most people, Steph Curry is in the top 10 or at least borderline, whereas a few years ago, people didn't think of him that way?
I think it depends upon what generation you're in, because it's going to always be the banter of who's the GOAT, who's the greatest. Like if you would have asked my grandfather, Wilt couldn't be touched. Wilt the Stilt was it. Okay. My dad came along and they were, it's Bill Russell. Back when I first started watching basketball, Julius Erving was the man.
Mm-hmm.
He can't be touched. And then I went on to Michael. But if you ask my son, he's riding with Kobe, right?
Wow.
You ask some of the young cats now, Steph and LeBron is it. They don't know about how those other guys got down. Like we just talked about. Didn't nobody know that George Gervin was the original 63-point guy and it was all finger rolls and bank shots? A lot of these young cats don't understand that and wasn't around to even see it. But, I think it's going to all come down to what generation of basketball you watched.
Mm-hmm. But I think, Kyle, even in the last couple of years, the narrative on Curry has shifted a little bit. Am I wrong? I mean, I think there are more people now.
I think that championship against Boston, remember, that was his first finals MVP, too. And I know a lot of people say he should have won it the year Iguodala won it. But for a segment of population, he needed that. That was like the one thing missing on his resume. Sure, he had 3 titles, but Kevin Durant was the best player on the team. But Andre Iguodala was finals MVP. For what he did against the Celtics and that team, and then to earn finals MVP. And so I think that's what people needed to see. And now the dude is just, it's crazy to think he's even better than what he was, when they won 3 out of 4. He's even better than when they won it a couple of years ago. And so I think now, as he continues to set records, like he's setting some records, and it's not even close. Like, I think consecutive threes made per game, he's like 246 or something like that. And the next closest is Dame Lillard with like 86 or something like that. I mean, it's amazing what this guy is doing out there.
But I tell you what, though, before it's all said and done, yes, he's going to be in that conversation. And, more importantly for me, because I look at it a little different because I actually played the game.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I will say this. The dude revolutionized the game.
Yeah.
And when your game is so potent that you have changed the whole league, that's when you deserve that ultimate accolade to where I revolutionized the game
Henry,
of basketball.
that's what's so interesting you mentioned. Was it your grandfather that was a Wilt Chamberlain guy?
Right.
Wilt Chamberlain and Steph Curry both changed the game, but in totally different ways.
Exactly. Changed the game. So what I'm saying, when you start talking about the best players who have ever done it, I look at guys who are feared and respected all at the same time. Look at Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders changed the game.
Yeah.
All right. Mike Tyson changed the game. All right. When you talk about guys like Wilt, Shaquille O'Neal, changed the game. Steph Curry has changed the game.
Yes, he has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Shaq had to be strong to carry Kobe on his back all those years. But anyway, I'm kidding. We're kidding around.
Hey.
What's your magic number tonight, Kyle Draper? The Kings, to give them the best chance to win, they got to hold Steph under
30 is my number.
30?
30 or and above, you're in a whole heap of trouble, I think. If you get Steph 24, which sounds crazy, I know, I just can't see it. But if you go hold them to 24, 26, I think you got a chance tonight. You look at the last couple of games they've played against the Warriors, 41 for Steph, 50 for Steph. He's had to put up superhuman kind of numbers. And so I know even without De'Aaron Fox, it's going to be difficult. But, man, if you could somehow hold Steph below his average in that 28, 29, under that range, I think you got a good chance tonight.
What do you think of that, Henry?
If you let Steph get 30, you lose by 20.
Okay. All right.
No. Fellas, hear me out.
Let me hear this.
Hear me out. You just said the type of number Steph gave, right?
Yeah.
Now, you don't have De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
That's 25 to 30 points gone right there. If somebody else doesn't step up and have a Herculean effort to replace De'Aaron Fox, that's to show you how unreplaceable this kid is. I don't think there's one guy that's going to be able to fill it. Everybody on that roster is going to have to pitch in, but you don't have De'Aaron Fox offensive potency. So you're really going to have to keep Steph under. You're going to have to keep Draymond, Clay, all those other guys are going to have to be under, because if they get their average, you lose by 20.
All right, you mentioned Herculean effort. How about a Herculean effort? How many threes does Kevin Huerter need to make tonight to give the Kings their best chance to win?
Kevin Huerter's going to have to be big. He's going to, the guys who have the offensive potency to do something extra, they're going to have to step it up. Kevin Huerter is going to have to step it up. Malik Monk going to have to step it up. We're going to need a lot more out of Keegan. Keegan is going to have to step it up. The auxiliary players are going to have to come together collectively and try to fill those shoes of De'Aaron Fox.
How many threes do you need from Kevin Huerter? 4, 5?
I need 4.
At
Four?
least.
Yeah.
At least.
4, at least. All right.
And Malik Monk, too.
Malik
got to have a big game tonight as well. Everybody got to play above what they've usually been doing, what their normal is, I think, tonight.
And how many points you think ideally? Obviously, these things, you can slice them a number of different ways. Somebody scores 80, no one else has to score 30. But Keegan Murray, I think, what'd you say, Kyle? You think 32 tonight from Keegan Murray?
No, I said 28.
28. He said 28.
20, hold on, high flyer. I said 28. 28. Give me 28 from Keegan.
Go ahead, KD.
Yeah. What do you think?
You know what? I want to see this. Keegan Murray is going to have to at least get 22 to 24. I'm not going to go 28. Okay. 22 to 24. He has to be in that in that range. Same thing with Sabonis. Sabonis is going to have to be in the 22, 24 range also. But I'm telling you, we're going to need 18 out of Huerter. We're going to need 18 or 20 out of Malik Monk.
So you need like 6 or 7 guys in double figures.
You're going to need a bunch of guys in double figures. A bunch.
Yeah.
just to have a shot.
Just to have a shot.
Yeah.
You're on their home floor.
Uh-huh.
All right. And we know that the Kings can win there.
They haven't won a home game all year, Henry. They're
Hey.
winless at home this year.
Again? No. They struggled last year on the road.
No, on the road.
Yeah, but they're 0-1 at
game,
home this
high
year.
flyer.
They're 0-1 at home.
I understand. It's all about what have you done for me lately. But, I'm putting more so we know what Golden State brings. And like I said, I'm not even worried about what they do, who they put on the floor. I'm more worried about what the Sacramento Kings are going to do because they're the ones who have to make the most changes. Now, Mike ain't even hardly making changes for Golden State. He's got to make changes for his own squad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's going to be the big deal.
What do you think Davion starting? You got to do that because you got to have him coming off the bench, right?
I'm fine with that. You don't have to. With this ball club, man, I think it's so interchangeable. Me and KD went around about this. We was trying to figure out the starting lineup. I'm like, really on certain days, it really makes no difference because, everybody brings the ball up. Everybody starts the offense. So you really can play positionless basketball. But seeing that Davion is basically, quote unquote, the backup point, you can start him tonight. But I'll tell you what, Malik Monk will, if he does what he's supposed to do, he'll be playing a lot of those minutes because I'm sorry, Malik Monk and Sabonis has a thing going with the pick and roll. Yeah. Same thing with him and JaVale McGee. Malik Monk is the only one that helps get those guys going. He's the only one that really throws that alley-oop and those pocket passes to those bigs that roll to the basket. You alleviate that, it's going to be a long night.
Kyle Draper, what do you hope the Kings get from Mr. Vazenkov tonight?
Hey, I need 4 threes from him, right? I need like 6 guys with 4 threes each tonight. No, he has to. The thing about Sasha, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, it doesn't always have to be a 3. I'd like to see some variation in his game, cutting backdoor, getting downhill, that kind of thing. Getting into the paint a little bit. It doesn't. I don't want him to just settle for the 3. But he does need to hit 3 or 4 threes last season because the high flyers point, if you're going to beat the Warriors, you're not beating them 93-87. You're not beating them 90-87. You're going to have to score 120 points tonight to get this win. And so I need Sasha to hit 3 or 4 threes.
Yeah, Sasha's got a quick release, doesn't he?
Real quick. And sometimes it's almost too quick. It's like, did he get that in his hands correctly or what?
That's a great point.
Hey, I'll tell you what.
Catch it before you shoot it.
Hey, exactly. He's going to have to be in the room with 18+2.
Yeah,
we need him.
18+.
18+. We need him.
Asking for you want him to score 150 tonight, high fly.
KD, I know what it's going to take to replace. Understand this. There's no fourth quarter Fox.
Yeah.
Does that scare you?
Yeah,
no
it does.
Fourth quarter Fox.
Yeah.
I don't even want it to come to that. That's why I say those guys got to score those type of points.
Fourth quarter Monk?
Somebody.
We saw overtime Monk the other night.
Yeah, did he step up?
Yeah.
I salute you, Malik Monk. You did your thing, bro.
Is there anything that the Kings did successfully on defense against the Lakers that translate? Because they were so bad Friday defensively. They were at times good against the Lakers. So what do they need to do against the Warriors that they did against the Lakers?
I thought the pace against the Lakers were great.
Yeah.
I really thought the pace bothered the Lakers going up and down. A lot of times, AD nor LeBron got back, and it was 5-on-3 at some particular point. So if the Kings can utilize that pace and speed the game up, and that can be as effective as it was against the Lakers, try that first because in a half-court set, it's going to be tough.
Great job, Kyle Draper. Thanks. Have a great call tonight.
Right.
We're back at it tomorrow, right?
Yes,
Look
back
forward
at
to
it tomorrow, 2 o'clock.
Yep. We'll
Drink
be watching
steaks tomorrow, baby.
Yeah. Henry's just getting started here.
Easy.
Yeah.
My man.
Stick around for game night with Scott Marsh and
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Nature Wood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa. With wet weather here, you're probably going to play a few rounds in the rain, so keep a few things in mind in those wet conditions. The ball probably won't go as far because you'll get little, if any, run out. If you tend to hit the ball low, maybe think about adjusting the loft of your driver to carry the ball farther. And when you get to the short clubs on the wet ground, your wedge can have a tendency to dig into the turf, so focus on hitting the ball first. And if you occasionally spin the ball back on the greens, expect more of that to happen when they're wet. Now, all of this assumes that you're ready to play in the rain. You own waterproof shoes and rain gear, rain gloves, which work best when wet, and an extra towel to keep everything else dry. But the most important thing you should bring to the first tee is a positive attitude. I found some of my most memorable rounds have been played in the rain. Overcoming the conditions to enjoy yourself while possibly shooting a good score makes for a great day. And remember, golf is a game, even in the rain. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Are you a business owner in need of financing? Then you need Swish Funding, the better way to get the funding you need. Our simple application process takes just minutes with funding as soon as one business day. At Swish Funding, we focus on your business cash flow, not your personal credit score. And we're ready to help with funding from $5,000 to $5 million. If you've been in business for 1 year and have monthly revenue of at least $25,000, you could get the affordable funding you need with no collateral at swishfunding.com. That's SWISH funding.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave letting you know Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room and primetime football location is back. Cap Casino giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Check it out. Capital Casino. And as always, please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
It's time for game night, getting you ready for Sacramento Kings basketball.
He's got the bucket!
Game night is presented by Power Business Technology, your locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or visit them at powercopiers.com. Here's your host, Scott Marsh, alongside the high flyer, Henry Turner.
And a very pleasant good evening to you. Welcome into game night right here on Sactown Sports 1140. Scott Marshall along with the high flyer Henry Turner. It's the Kings and the Warriors. And boy, I think we've just been saying that now for the last 2 months consecutively. We just opened up every show. Kings versus Warriors. Kings versus Warriors. Hopefully tonight we're going to finish with the Kings defeating the Warriors. We'll get into that. Yes, we need it tonight. We definitely do. We'll get into it throughout the next hour. We'll be with you until 6:30 tonight, getting you ready for Kings Live pregame. Tip tonight, 7 o'clock. G-Man is in place, as you have seen if you've been watching the Sactown YouTube. He is ready to go with the call tonight. Of course, Sacramento trying to come back from a loss against the Warriors on Friday. They did partially do that, of course, with the win in overtime on Sunday against the Lakers. And Henry, I don't know about you. Obviously, we're just a few games into the season, but those last 2 weekend games at home, I mean, they truly felt like late season playoff games. It's the Warriors, it's the Lakers. We get that, the rivalry factor, all those types of things. But the intensity at Golden One Center, everything that went down, it felt like the playoffs were here almost.
You know, Scooter, just a competitive level.
Yeah.
No doubt. I mean, you know, you got the players out there playing their hearts out. And I think I said this early on. I said, you know, I'm really happy that the Sacramento Kings are getting their due respect now from the other organizations, because not too long ago, organizations, whether it was early in the season, whether it was late in the season, they would walk in here and they would elect to sit their best guys. Well, it's not that kind of situation anymore. They got to play the best of their best. So we talk about every team that walks through the door. So the Kings are definitely getting their due. And then when you start talking about, you know, the electricity with the fans, our fans are really back into it. It ain't like they ever left, but they have something really to cheer for now, because they have a very good competitive basketball club and they get to go at it with the other fans.
Yep, they do. And it was a lot of fun. And obviously it's going to be a little bit different this time around, as the Warriors will have Draymond Green back. and the Kings won't have De'Aaron Fox. We know he'll be down at least tonight. He's probably going to miss some time. He'll be reevaluated. Obviously, that was the one negative to come out of the big-time overtime win on Sunday.
You know, when they replayed the replay and I saw how he twisted his ankle, I was like, oh, he's going to miss some time. As soon as I saw it, I'm like, he's going to miss some time. I said, you know, and then when he went back to the locker room and came back out, you know, I know exactly what you do. You go in there and you have them tape it up real tight and you tie your shoe up real tight and say, hey, I got to finish this game. And I was like, okay, Fox will be able to finish the game. And then when he came back in overtime, I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's not that bad. And then when he sat back down, I'm like, oh, it's over with now. Because when you sit, Scott, and give that ankle time to swell, and that's what happened between that last quarter and overtime, they had to sit for a little while. You know, it's a TV game. They had to sit for a minute. I'm like, this is the worst thing that can possibly happen now because now it's swelling and it's getting stiff.
Yeah, no doubt. And at the end of regulation, I mean, he made the right pass to Keegan, and Keegan had a terrific look. It just didn't go down. But if De'Aaron's feeling 100%, De'Aaron's probably driving to the basket, trying to at least get a foul in that situation.
And you know, Scott, and that goes to show about his basketball IQ. If De'Aaron Fox is on the floor, they need a last-second shot. Everybody in the building, even Stevie Wonder, could see that he's going to have the ball in his hands, and 9 times out of 10, he's going to try to make the shot. That's why Keegan Murray was so wide open because everybody was so concerned with him. And he knew that, and he knew he had to make that pass.
No doubt. And obviously, it was a great look for Keegan. It brought back feelings of Harrison Barnes in Game 4. Such a wide open look to finish out the game. Wasn't able to do so, but the Kings got it done in overtime. And truthfully, when I saw De'Aaron go down, and I didn't see a replay right away, so I didn't know it was an ankle, what was going on. But, you know, that feeling in the arena was like, oh, my goodness, this could be the season for the Kings.
I didn't feel that it was going to be a season thing because, you know, you never know about those situations.
Sure. Of course not.
When I saw him roll it, I'm like, okay, that's going to be some time right there.
Yeah.
I mean, because if you've ever played basketball and you know when you step on somebody's foot and roll it like that, that's not a one-game thing. So, oh, that's going to be a minute. That's going to be a minute. And like I said, and you're able to come back. You're able to come back. You're warm. You loose. You out there. It's when you stop and it swells up and it gets stiff. That's when you have the problem.
Yep. And obviously it was Kevin Huerter who hit the dagger in overtime. It was great to see Kevin be the one to kind of get the game-winning shot for the Kings. I mean, it wasn't technically a game winner, but it certainly put the game out of reach because we've seen him struggle, and it was great to listen to him in the post-game talk about how big that shot was for him, and hopefully that will be something that carries over into tonight in the next couple of weeks for him.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know how well that's going to work for him, but I can't say this. He needed that, Scott.
Yes, big time.
I mean, you talk about a guy who needed a shot in the arm was Kevin Huerter, struggling the way he has been through the playoffs.
Yep.
Now, through the preseason and at the beginning of the season, them first 2 games, he struggled mightily on both sides of the ball.
Yep.
On both sides. So for him to be able to come out and, you know, play a basketball game to where he's seen some success on the offense and the defensive side, I thought that was huge for him. I'm telling you, that lifts a huge weight off that kid's head.
No, it does indeed. And it was great to see that happen. And obviously for the Kings, a huge win against the Lakers, 132-127. As we talk, I mean, you know, in the pregame on Sunday, when you look at the Pacific Division, you can make a case that the Kings could be the best team in the division and win it like they did last year. You can make a case they're the worst team in the division. You could say that about any single team in the division. And that's why tonight, again, you don't want to fall behind 0-2 against the Warriors early on in the season, just for head-to-head and everything else.
No, you don't. You really don't, Scott. But if you do, it's not the end of the road at all. You know, your number one player is down. So it's not like, we're doom and gloom now. No, we're still 2-1 right now. And let's say, you know, if things don't work out right, we're 2-2. We're still at 500. I mean,
sure,
there's nothing bad at 500 when you're 2-2. It's too early to start, you know, jumping off the cliff about anything.
True.
But, you know, if you can go in there and you can win on their floor. Now, when you start talking about setting a tone between both the clubs, the rivalry, De'Aaron Fox and Steph. I mean, you could throw all these other things out there, Sabonis and Draymond. If the Kings can go in there and win on their floor, I think it alleviates the win that the Kings got here. I mean, excuse me, that the Warriors got here.
Yep.
Because, okay, you guys wanted our spot. We wanted your spot. We even.
Yeah, and for Sacramento, they get it done in overtime. Sabonis had already fouled out. Fox didn't play. I mean, a great overcoming win for the Kings. They get it without their two best players on the floor.
I like that the Kings were able to do that without those two guys, because tonight we're going to get a chance to see up close what life will be without De'Aaron Fox. We got a chance to see in overtime what life would be without Sabonis. So, if you look at De'Aaron Fox's injury, okay, you can look at it as a negative, but if you're on that basketball team and you're in that front office, you have to look at this as a positive and say, okay, who's going to be the next guy to step up? Who's going to be that guy? Do I even have that guy on my roster? And can he come in and halfway try to fill those shoes? So it's a lot of things that this organization is going to look at through this basketball game alone, just because De'Aaron is not on the floor.
No doubt. All right. If you want to enjoy the program, you can call us at 916-339-1140. We would love to hear from you. Give us a call. 1-800-920-1140. We'll get it done as well. Davian Mitchell will start tonight. Mike Brown has announced that. Of course, Monk was brilliant running the point against the Lakers in that overtime. Are you surprised that Davian starting? Mike Brown says he wants to have the firepower coming off the bench. You always make the comment, I don't care who starts. I want to see who's finishing.
Right. And I've said this early on. I honestly thought that Malik Monk should have been on the floor when the Golden State Warriors won here in G1, because the Kings were definitely trying to find someone else to facilitate and someone else to score besides De'Aaron Fox. So, seeing that Davion is starting, I'm fine with that. I have no problem with that. I do believe that you're going to see a lot of Malik Monk. Well, I keep wanting to call him Chris Monk. I mean, Chris Monk played in San Francisco. That's my boy.
It'd be a great hybrid.
Really, huh? You're going to see a lot of Malik Monk at the point when it comes down to facilitating. And I will say this, even with De'Aaron Fox, I think Chris Monk facilitates for others.
Said it again.
Boy, Chris Monk. I think Malik Monk facilitates better than De'Aaron in that pick and roll. He has something going on with Sabonis, and he has a little recognition going on with JaVale McGee at the rim. He's a willing passer, and he sets those guys up very good.
No doubt. The chemistry, particularly between JaVale and Monk, almost feels reminiscent to Tyrese and Rashawn Holmes.
Right. To where both of those guys just click. They run the play well. But I'll tell you, Monk has it with both of those guys, though.
He does.
I mean, how many times have you seen him come off that high pick and roll and hit Sabonis with the pocket pass?
Yep.
Time and over. So I think the Kings are going to need a lot of that tonight, seeing that De'Aaron's not going to be there. Yeah,
no doubt. They're going to need a lot tonight to overcome the Golden State Warriors, who are off to a terrific start. That's the other thing. The Warriors are really balling right now.
They look good. And, I think Chris Paul has a lot to do with that. They're not turning the basketball over in such high numbers as they were last year. And then again, I think having Wiggins, having Wig early on, that helps out a lot. That takes a lot of pressure off of Steph, a lot of pressure off of Clay.
Yep, it does indeed. And obviously the challenge will be there for the Kings tonight without their best player. We'll see how it unfolds. Again, we'll have all the action all evening long. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about the Warriors. Chris Paul coming off the bench for the first time ever in his career with Draymond back. It all seems to be working. We'll get into that and a lot more. We'll take your phone calls as well. It's game night right here. Sactown Sports, 1140.
All right. We are live on YouTube.
Kyle, what's going on, my man?
Oh, you sound down. Hold on. Try that again.
There we go. Kyle, what's going on, my friend?
Nothing much. We're having a great night here. How are you doing?
We're good. You got your Liberty jersey on again?
I do. That's what I pulled out of the closet. No special reason. Obviously, the WNBA finals are over.
I love it. Yep. Good deal. All right. What do we got going on in the chat room?
Some people are excited for Sasha to play maybe some more minutes tonight. That seems to be a common thing. Some people were also coordinating when they're all going to get together for the next Kings home game. I think people in the chat are coordinating a get together.
I love it. That's great. So, fantastic. We might have to make an appearance there.
Do a live game night you guys do game night live from the arena all the time.
Yeah. Okay. Now, obviously the Kings made a move today, High Flyer. Philippe Petrusev, I hope I said that right, former Gonzaga player, had been overseas. He's coming over from the Clippers. It's part of the James Harden thing that they're going to move once the Harden deal is complete. Do you know anything about this kid?
Nothing.
I was going to say, I don't know much about him too, but he's going to be on the 15-man roster, it appears.
From what I've read, so the idea is that the Kings are getting money as part of the deal, similar to the Kessler Edwards trade from last year.
Yep.
And if he's on the team by some date in January, it guarantees like $500,000 or something. But that's the only thing I understood.
Now, the Kessler Edwards deal might have, some people thought was a money deal last year, but he's on the team this year. So,
absolutely,
you know, so obviously, I mean, he was drafted 50th overall by the Sixers in the 2021 draft, played professionally in Europe for 2 years before signing with Philly in July, appeared in one game. He was traded to the Clippers, part of this Harden trade.
Okay, size for this kid?
Yeah, he's a 7-footer.
He's a 7-footer.
He's a big kid. Let me look that up just to make sure. He's a center, though.
For some reason, I thought he was
he's
a guard.
6'11", 235 pounds. Power forward / center from Serbia.
Wow, they could always take a look at that. Okay.
Absolutely.
Got you.
Absolutely.
Kind of interesting that he was drafted 2 years ago and he was a draft and stash player, got to Philadelphia, played one game after being stashed for 2 years, and then got traded.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know much about him at all. I don't honestly remember him back at Gonzaga. So I guess we'll wait and see, but he's going to be on the roster.
Yeah. And so he's the 15th person for the time being. And I think, like I said, they've got, the way it was described is they've got time to figure out if they want to move forward with him or they move on in January.
Now, who did the Kings take down? Because they had to take down one guy.
I don't think they did. They had that 15th spot open.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah. They have the 3 2-ways and then 14 regular contracts.
Gotcha.
So this will fit in as their 15th regular contract. So they'll have an 18-person roster now. Yeah. So that's interesting. What else we got going on, Kyle?
Manny Too Legit, who's a regular here, is thinking Keegan's going to step up tonight in the absence of our guy De'Aaron Fox.
Okay, we need a big night from Keegan. That's a good idea.
And you guys were talking about on the drive guys at the end. Kevin Herter needs a big night. Obviously, you guys were talking about Malik Monk. So maybe it'll be a group effort. Like
it's going to have to be. It's going to have to be, Scott. No one player on this team is going to fill De'Aaron's shoes. No way, no how. It's going to have to get sprinkled out collectively. And, you know, and to keep it fair, I wouldn't even ask one player to try to fill his shoes. Yep. You know, it's got to be done by a collective group.
No doubt it does. Everybody's going to have to step up. I mean, you know, De'Aaron, he had 37 before going out last time. He's your leading scorer. He's your go-to guy, particularly in the fourth quarter. I'm kind of most interested to see. It's probably Malik Monk who fills that role again. We'll get into it more. We're about ready to go back
about
on air
3 seconds or so.
Welcome back into Game Night right here, Sactown Sports 1140. Game Night is always being brought to you by Power Business Technology. Experience how the Power of Family can help your business office equipment needs today. Contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or go to powercopiers.com. High Flyer Hater Turner and me will be with you until 6:30 tonight. Kings Live pregame coming your way. Tips 7 o'clock. Kings and Warriors game 2 of 4. We'll break down the Warriors in just a moment. Of course, some massive basketball news today. The world of basketball mourning the loss of Bobby Knight, who passed away today at the age of 83. And obviously, everybody has an opinion about the general, Robert Montgomery Knight. But there is one thing that is completely unquestionable. He is one of the all-time great, not just college coaches, but basketball coaches and minds of all time.
Definitely would have to say that. You know, if you're around the Bobby Knight era when, you know, he was having his heyday down there in Indiana, you can say what you want. I mean, Scott, you're going to always have controversy when you take a different approach to winning. All right. You know, I think Bob Knight as a coach, now we've seen this in players, but I think Bob Knight as a coach did whatever it took in his power to get to his guys and to get his guys to play at the level that he wanted them to play. It wasn't the usual rah-rah speech to the guys.
Nope.
You know, it wasn't the, okay, well, I'm just going to talk to you guys and hopefully you guys get it going. It wasn't the usual, okay, well, sit over there. You're going to be in timeout. No, he was much more harsh. He was much more brash than that. And a lot of people couldn't accept that. But I'll tell you what, he won. He was a winning coach. I'm not going to say what's right and I'm not going to say what's wrong. But at the end of the day, if you're able to win, you did your job.
No doubt. 3-time NC2A champ, won the 1984 Olympics. Of course, that was the team with Michael Jordan and all the great ones. He cut Charles Barkley very notably from that team in 84 because he didn't want to put up with his attitude at the time. One comment that always stands out to me about Bobby Knight when I watched the Last Dance documentary, and Bobby Knight had the comment about coaching Michael Jordan at that age. Like he said, his brand of athleticism, his height, everything about him, he has the potential to be the greatest basketball player of all time. And I just put that in context because we've seen everything afterwards.
Of course, right.
But this was Bobby Knight.
Right, 84.
Michael Jordan, yes,
84.
well before anything else, right? Just in the training camp for the U.S. Olympics. So, I mean, that just gives you a little bit of a flavor for what, I mean, and I'm sure a lot of people saw how great Michael was. But to make that statement at that time, that always stood out to me about the ability for him to see talent.
Right. You know, for him to understand what was going on. And the thing about it, too, is that when you ask the players that played for Bobby Knight, and some loved him, some hated him. But what you have to understand is that this man wanted the best for his team, and he wanted the best for what his players were. You know, when he threw the chair, the infamous throwing the chair out on the floor, wasn't that to protest one of the calls against one of his players? Wasn't he trying to protect one of his players?
I have to go back and look at that. I remember watching him. They were playing Purdue, I want to say. It was a Big Ten game. I don't remember. I mean, complete circumstances.
I'm thinking.
I'll take your word for it.
No, this is just me. I was like, it was a long time ago too, Scott. But I'm thinking it was one of those situations to where a call was made. Bobby Knight didn't like the call, and I think he was trying to protect his players and to show his players that he had their backs. He slung the chair out on the floor near the referee. It didn't hit him, but it was near the referee.
It did not. Yeah, 902 wins over 29 seasons. So Bobby Knight passing away today at the age of 83. All right, let's go back to our conversation. Warriors and Kings, and obviously Golden State. They're off to a terrific start. Chris Paul, we touched on it last time they were here. Some people weren't sure how the fit would be with Chris Paul. It seems to be seamless, and the fact that Chris Paul is willing to come off the bench and be the leader of that second unit is working out perfectly.
You know, Scott, I'm pretty sure Chris Paul and Steve Kerr sat down and had to talk about what they need from Chris Paul. You know, Chris Paul understands that, and really on this basketball team, you're going to come off the bench. You're much more sought after or needed coming off the bench. But, you know, it really makes no difference. I don't know why we always make this big deal. Oh, my God, he's coming off the bench. In crunch time and clutch time, when they need somebody to really be efficient with that basketball, guess who hands is going to be in? Chris Paul will be on the floor.
No doubt. And again, one of the big problems with the Warriors, I mean, not only do they have the most assists in the league, they have the most turnovers in the league. Obviously, with Chris Paul out there, that's going to change.
That's going to change big time because there isn't another point guard that has been more efficient with handling the basketball in this league more than Chris Paul.
No doubt. And if you look at his plus minus over the last two games, wins against the Rockets and the Pelicans, it's plus 39 off the bench in the last two games.
Crazy. I mean,
crazy.
Just the efficiency of this young man alone. And, you know, I don't even know why we even had the conversation of, well, is Chris Paul going to help this team? Have you lost your mind? Chris, we're talking about Chris Paul. That's like saying, well, you know what? Would Kobe help the Clippers? You know, would Kobe help OKC? He's going to help any team that he goes to. I'm sorry. That's just the way this young man plays the ball.
No doubt. I think if we were on the conversation from last hour, it'd be would Kobe help more than Kevin Durant, but we're not going to go down with that one right now. We're not going to go down that road. Let's speak of trades because obviously the big trade in the league is James Harden. So let's break that one down. So the Sixers were able to get rid of Harden. The Clippers finally got the guy who seemingly they've wanted for a while. They moved a couple of first-round picks. They moved a bunch of expiring contracts. Well, who got the better end of this deal, or is it one of these deals that both teams got better?
Well, Phoenix Philly had to let him go.
Yeah.
He just wasn't going to fit in. And, not just with him in the organization, Scott. I think it's more so with him and the other players. I think he would have definitely poisoned that locker room if they would have forced him to stay. You would have lost a lot of guys that you have at your disposal, so you have to move him. When it comes down to the Clippers, they took a huge leap with that one.
They did.
Because is it going to work? Is it going to work? Think about the Clippers. I mean, you really have to give their owner his just due.
Steve Ballmer, he's all in.
You really have to give him his just due because he went out on a limb to go get Paul George.
Yep.
Right?
He did.
To bring him in with Kawhi. Then he went out on another limb to go get Russell Westbrook.
Yep.
To bring him with those two. Now you on your third limb of bringing James Harden without seeing that Westbrook worked. I mean, Westbrook was okay. Did he really pan out to be what you wanted? Maybe. Now you're going to take another swing at another guy that's going to come in and be like, well, is he really going to make all this thing gel? You're trying to make a run for a championship, and I have to give it to him. When it comes down to money, he's not even willing to pledge. Hey, go out there, get me, quote-unquote, the best players, and let's see if we can win.
No doubt. Of course, the Clippers are moving into a brand new arena down in L.A. next year, so you've got a lot of things going on with the Clippers. They're playing the Lakers tonight. Of course, they've always felt like the second team in that city. They probably are until they win a championship. Yep.
Even if they win once, Scott,
sure,
they will always be the little brothers.
I agree with that, but if you're Steve Ballmer, you don't think that way.
You can't. But if you know what you know about NBA basketball,
I hear you.
You know what? I don't care if they won 10.
Yeah.
If they won 10.
It's like the Yankees and the Mets.
Exactly. You're going to always be second fiddle.
I agree with you. All right. So here's the exact breakdown of the trade. So not only did the Clippers get Harden, but they got PJ Tucker, who I think fits into. We talked about Philippe Petrusev, who is now a Sacramento King. The Sixers are getting Marcus Morris Sr., Robert Covington, Nicholas Batum, KJ Martin, the 2028 first round and 2 second-round picks, and a 2029 pick swap.
I like KJ Martin. I like him a lot.
He's athletic.
He is going to be a very good player in this league. I think the Clippers, and I'm pretty sure they got with the coaches and everything, Ty Lue, B. Shaw, the rest of the guys, and seems like right now they want a veteran team because they're going for it.
Yep.
They're trying to win a championship with all veterans, because to move a guy like KJ Martin is like, that's your future. And I think right now they are definitely leveling the future to win right now, because think about it. The window with Kawhi is closing. The window with Paul George is closing. Same thing when you look at Russell Westbrook, when you look at James Harden, then you throw PJ Tucker in there. He's long win in the tooth of age also. So you have a bunch of veterans that know how to win.
Yep.
So I think they're going for all of it right now.
Well, the interesting thing is George and Kawhi Leonard both have player options at the end of the year. So that's the other piece of it all working here, right? And Harden's a free agent at the end of the year. So this thing could be incredible, or it could just completely blow up.
Where's the money going to come from? Because there is a salary cap. I mean, we know Bob. Hey, we know Bob got it. He got all the money to do it.
Yep.
But boy, because I'll tell you what, let's do it like this. To keep all those guys next year, let's say it works and you win a championship. And you say, okay, we want to spin the block. We want to do it again.
Yep.
Well, Kawhi's going to want a max.
Sure.
PG is going to want a max. And I bet Harden's going to want some more money. And you can't leave Westbrook out because he's going to want some money also.
Yeah. I think the name of the new arena is the Brinks Truck Arena.
Hey, bag it up. It better be $sign arena.
No doubt about it. Westbrook most likely goes to the bench now, because I can't see Harden and Westbrook being on the floor at the same time. They both need the ball. Having said that, obviously Chris Paul coming off the bench with the Warriors is working. It's seemingly working well. It's still early. Do you think Westbrook off the bench will be good, being in the second team, being able to be Russ?
Well, when Westbrook came there, wasn't he coming off the bench for a minute?
A little bit. He's been starting this year. But I mean, to your point, because we had this conversation in prior years, you liked Westbrook off the bench because he could be the guy, the man off the bench.
Yes. I've been guilty of saying this. Westbrook is going to be a Hall of Fame player. He's going to be first ballot, all of that. But I've always looked at Russ as a great player on a bad team. And when you put him on a better team, the better the team is that you put him on, the less valuable he becomes.
Interesting.
Because he doesn't give you the numbers, because the ball isn't in his hands like it would be on a team that's not that good. You know, that's why he struggled so mightily with LA, because LeBron let him bring the ball down twice and he turned the ball over. He's like, no, give it here.
It's my ball.
Give it here. You go stand over there. Westbrook isn't a go stand over there type player.
He's one of the worst all-time percentage-wise three-point shooters in league history.
Right. So he's got to be the guy that you put the ball in his hand and say, go, make something happen. And if you keep him with the second string, I think he will accept that better. But it's all about, in his mind, is he going to be able to say, okay, I'm the man when I come on the floor.
Yep. No, I think that's all true. Well, one thing Westbrook does have is a NBA history 198 triple doubles. When we come back, we'll break down this list a little bit more, because the Joker now is tied for 4th all time in triple doubles. We'll give you that list when we come back. It's game night. It's being brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Visit mbofstockton.com for new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz. More of game night right after this. Sactown Sports 1140.
All right, we're live on YouTube, and yeah, I think this thing's going to work out great for the Clippers. I would love to see a Clippers versus Kings 7-game series with the way these two teams are currently constructed.
Can you count on James Harden for anything?
Oh, of course, yeah.
You can?
Yeah.
How can you say that? He folded on Philadelphia. He folded on Brooklyn. He walked out on Houston. Like, his track record says it's going to blow up in LA.
Blow up in LA is a conversation for later, because it's not going to happen this year.
You said it's going to work.
I said it has a good... Okay, so here's the thinking with James Harden. James Harden is the only player in the entire NBA that has made the second round of the playoffs each of the last 7 years. And he's done it between being the number one in Houston, number one.
Does anybody care?
Well, that's the interesting part. Like, I think it'll work out once all three of them are together. In the regular season, all three of them are not going to be together. So then we're in the same place we were in Brooklyn the last time he was a number 3.
It's championship or bust for the LA Clippers.
Pretty much. Them getting out the first round means nothing.
Exactly.
It means nothing. And the thing I'm with you, Scott, is that James Harden hasn't delivered wherever he's been. Okay? Kawhi Leonard has been to the mountaintop. He has delivered. Paul George has come up short. You remember? They were calling playoff P for a minute.
Absolutely.
He hasn't really done anything when you start talking about getting to that elite level. They didn't even get to the finals with those two guys. And you know the way I feel about Westbrook and Harden. I put both of those guys in the exact same boat.
So if Westbrook's going to the bench, you think the lineup is going to be Harden, George, Kawhi, Norman Powell, and then
throw
Zubac?
anybody else out there? Yeah, Zubac and Powell. Let's just say that's fine. But I mean, Westbrook does not fit with those three.
Yeah, I
mean,
understand.
you can play him at stretches, I guess.
Okay, so what you're going to do is Westbrook is going to be the backup point.
I think so. I mean, Harden led the league in assists last year.
I understand that, but in the overall scheme, when Harden's on the floor, is Westbrook off, or do you play those guys together?
There will be times they play together.
There will be, but I think for the most part, Westbrook's going to be off the floor.
Okay, so when they are on the floor, who has the ball?
Harden's going to be a 2. And Westbrook will have the ball.
Really?
I think so.
Really?
I just don't. I think Harden is a step slower than he was.
There's no point in having Westbrook on there otherwise.
You can't play Westbrook at the 2.
Why not?
Can you?
Why not? Because
you can't shoot.
Because I see it like this.
Yep.
And it's kind of like with both of the guys. You get the best of both of them when their hands is on the ball. Harden is more dangerous with his hands on the ball than he is sitting over there as a 2.
Yeah.
All right, back in 10 seconds.
I agree with that. It's a good conversation.
I would love to see what they do with this once they're all healthy, because it's probably the closing lineup.
Welcome back in the game night right here, Sactown Sports 1140. Some great conversation going on in our chat room on Sactown Sports on our YouTube page. Make sure to go there, sign up, and you can catch all the conversation between breaks right there, and good conversation about Harden and Westbrook going on. If you want to call the program, you can 1-800-920-1140. 1140. And then we'll take your calls until 6:30, getting you ready for Kings Live pregame. Tip tonight, 7 o'clock. Kings and Warriors, G-Man with the call. Game night is always brought to you by the Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Sacramento. It's a cause that's near and dear to the heart of myself and the High Flyer. If you have a heart of service, you really want to do something for kids who are in need in our community, you feel like being a mentor, this is a great program. Give the Big Brothers and Big Sisters a call, 916-646-9300, or visit bbbs-sac.org to learn all about becoming a volunteer mentor. All right, when we went to the break, I threw out the tease. We know that Westbrook's the all-time leading triple-double man in NBA history, has 198. Well, the Nuggets and the Joker last night in their win. By the way, Denver's on fire. They haven't lost a step. They're 4-0.
On fire.
They look like they're back-to-back, and nobody's going to have anything to say about it. But in the game, Joker with another triple-double, so he's got 107. To put that in perspective, LeBron James has 107. Jason Kidd has 107. So Joker is tied for fourth place all-time as a center with triple-doubles.
And how old is the Joker?
In his 20s. I'd have to look up. I'd say late 20s, like 27, 28.
I mean, because you would think that if this dude, at the rate he's gobbling up triple doubles, if he plays, let's say, he's 28. Okay, so let's say he plays until he's 32. He's got another 4 years.
Yep.
He could be an all-time leader.
He could be. I mean, conceivable. Westbrook, how many more triple doubles does he have in him? Not a lot, right? Just by the amount of minutes he's playing and everything else.
Right, because his time and his value is down on a basketball club. Now, if you had him on another team that was struggling, then he will still be chipping them off.
Yeah, agreed with all of that. But the Joker, the way he's going, I mean, he could easily have 25, 30 a year for the next 5 years.
That's what I'm saying. So, he could definitely be up there, if not fighting for the number one spot.
Yeah, no doubt. And he just continues to roll. And I don't think there's any doubt in my mind that he is the best player in the game right now.
I would say he's the most dominant. He's the most dominant. I mean, when you look at what he does, no other big man can do nothing with him besides Embiid. And I think for the team that he's on and the way it's constructed, he is the best.
Yeah.
Because Embiid really beats him out. We just throw the ball in the Embiid and he old school Shaquille O'Neal's him.
Yep.
But doing everything else, the Joker has him.
He's got everything. He's got a 3-point shot. He's got the sky hook now that he's put into his game for this year.
And he makes other people around him better. Whenever you're a basketball player, Scott, that you can definitely get your own. Joker can probably score 25 and get you 15 every night. That's MVP numbers.
Yep.
But he makes other people around him better. That's what escalates him into superstardom.
No doubt. He is definitely a superstar. And that number to me is just ridiculous that he can have as many triple doubles as Jason Kidd, LeBron James. It's crazy talk, but that's where he's at right now. All right, let's go around the league and take a look at the games going on tonight. And of course, we'll go back last night. There were a few games last night. Did you see the finish in Phoenix last night?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Spurs are up 5 points. Spurs score to get within 3. Very last seconds of the game, Wembanyama hits a jumper to put them within 3. Then he gets a putback dunk to within 1. There's less than 10 seconds left to go in the game. Phoenix inbounds in the backcourt. They have a timeout, but they elect to inbound in the backcourt. They get into the KD. KD is triple teamed. He doesn't call a timeout. Keldon Jones takes the ball away from him, goes in, slams it with 1.2 to go, and the Spurs beat the Suns in Phoenix 115-114.
Ooh. See, you should have told me that when we was having that KD Kobe type argument.
You could have used it.
Hey, Kobe would have bit off that dude's arm before he let him take that ball away from him.
It was an incredible win. I don't know why the Suns didn't take timeout to advance the ball to midcourt. I don't know why KD didn't call timeout. Now, he thought he was fouled, of course, and there was a little blood trickling down his cheek and his nose because he got scratched when Johnson took the ball away from him, but it looked clean enough to me. And for the Spurs to pull that off on the road in just game 4 of the year with Wembanyama and what he's got going on was pretty fun to watch.
Are you buying what Webb brings?
Yes.
Yes.
I have
Oh, you bought in?
As much as the hype is, I think the upside's even better for this kid.
Okay. Webby or Chet?
Webby. There's just no doubt in my mind. And I thought Chet might be close to him.
Chet's
he's a
nice.
good player. He's a good player.
He's nice.
He is a great player. I think Wembanyama, what he's able to do on the defensive end, sets him apart from Holmgren.
Okay.
Wembanyama is a legitimate defensive shot blocker.
I haven't had enough time to see either one, but Chet's for real on offensive end. The way that boy handles that basketball. Hey, there's not a big man in the league that can stay in front of him.
Yeah, no, he's incredible. I agree with you. Offensively, he might be better than Wembanyama.
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
it's not a big man in the league that can stay in front of that dude.
I agree with you. Wembanyama had 4 blocks last night, 18 points, 8
Speaking
rebounds.
of it, look right here.
Oh, yeah.
In and out to the basket.
Yep.
Dunk over a big man. This is a 7-foot dude pump faking, crossing over in and out to the dunk.
No doubt. Has the league ever had 2 players come into the league? I mean, Holmgren obviously was in last year, sat out with the foot injury. For these 2 players to be rookies this year, Holmgren and Wembanyama.
No, and to be unicorns the way they are.
Yeah.
You know, and when we say unicorns, we talk about a guy that's 7 foot that can play equally as good at the rim as they do around the 3-point line.
Yeah, no doubt. It's fun. The league is so fun to watch. And just the players now like Holmgren and Wembanyama, 7 feet plus, legitimate 3-point shooters, can do everything offensively. It's mind-blowing.
It is. I mean, the way these guys are playing, man, and what they can do at their size and length. I mean, if it keeps going this way, we're going to have a bunch of avatars out there in uniform.
No question. And Durant in that game, we should mention, went over the 27,000 point plateau in the loss.
Does that get overshadowed?
It did because of the loss. Yeah.
And wait. And how they lost.
How they lost.
The ball was in your hand, bro.
Yep, exactly.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, it was a brutal loss for the Suns. There's no doubt about that. And I'm interested. You know, Bradley Beal hasn't played yet. Booker's been out the last few games.
And that's tough on him.
Mm-hmm.
That is now, hey, I will give KD a pass on that. When you don't have either one of those guys out on the floor, the whole team is looking at you. Everybody knows where this ball is going, but you're still asked to be the guy who leads them to a win. You can only do so much by yourself.
Yeah, no doubt. So still a tough loss. They had 2 games last night. It was the Knicks and the Cavs. Knicks win that 109-91. Clippers beat the Magic 118-102. Let's look at the games going on tonight. In the association, currently the Blazers leading the Pistons 101-99. Detroit's an interesting team to me. They've got a lot of young talent. Have you been watching Jalen Duren play at all?
Not really.
He is a 19-year-old, or he's 18 or 19, but he has got another legitimate NBA body. He looks like he's 26.
Wow.
He is a legitimate big man inside. He's off to a great start. Cade Cunningham is perfectly healthy.
Yeah, now he's the one.
Yeah,
he's going to be the one to set the tone for them.
Yeah, no doubt. Raptors leading the Bucks 107-88. It's been kind of up and down a little bit early on in Milwaukee. I don't think that's anything to be unexpected.
Yeah, they're going to have their ups and downs.
No doubt.
But I still think at the end, they will be able to get it together.
Yep. Hawks rolling the Wizards 92-69.
Ice Trae?
Ice Trae.
Is he back?
He's feeling it, playing. Life is good. DeJounte Murray has been really good. Off to a great start for the Hawks.
I like him a lot. You know, it's quite funny how we get to see these players that leave the San Antonio Spurs organization as ordinary players, and as soon as they leave there, they become superstars in their own right. It's just that being in that organization, you learn how to be a team player first, and then once you leave, then you get to implement your offensive skills through what Pop has taught you.
Celtics rolling the Pacers 102-69. Heat on top of the Nets 77-65. The Heat are 1-3 right now. The Grizz are off to an 0-4 start. Just throwing it out there in terms of those 2 teams. Obviously, the Heat, they didn't get Damian Lillard.
Are they still crying about that?
I don't know if they're crying or not. Obviously, they played each other recently. But the Grizz, to me, are the team that's most concerning. They're 0-4. They don't have John Morant. We know about Steven Adams. We know what's going on. Again, so many people are so high on the Grizz to be a top 3 team out of the West. I don't see it.
I'll tell you what, No Ja Morant, right?
Nope.
No Steven Adams.
Nope. No Clark.
No BC.
Mm-hmm.
That hurts big time. I mean, you have your number one offensive scoring weapon, your number one defensive anchor, and then your backup to that anchor. All of that's gone.
No doubt. I don't know how you overcome all of that.
It's tough.
Just obviously with the Morant situation, self-inflicted,
And
everything else.
And I like Bane. I think Smart's going to help them out, but Ja is what makes the engine go.
Yeah, no doubt. And without Tyus Jones as well.
Right.
So let's see here. Knicks and Cavs. It's the game 2 on the back-to-back. Cleveland's winning tonight 60-55. Pels and Thunder. New Orleans up 61-58. We're watching that game right here. At the half, Rockets leading the Hornets 61-58. T-Wolves over the Nuggets 63-44. The Mavs on top of the Bulls 36-32. As we talked about the Grizz, they're in Utah tonight. That game just kicking off. And in the Battle of LA tonight, the Clippers and the Lakers. Who's the best team in LA this year?
Wow. As much as I hate the Lakers, I'm just not buying into what the Clippers have done. I'm a big fan of Ty Lue. I'm a big fan of B. Shaw, cuz that's. But it's just too much in the air with Harden and Westbrook for me. I mean, Kawhi and Paul George, they're going to be their guys, but you got 4 dudes now. You really got 4 alphas.
Yep.
You're going to have to be able to manage, and that's going to be tough.
It's going to be really tough. I don't know how it works out either. And to me, James Harden, I've written him off now. I can't take his act. And we'll see if it works in LA. It very well could, because he'll want to play his best, of course, now that he's in a new environment. But how long will that last?
Yes, and like I said, you got 4 alphas.
Yep.
I mean, we all know how Kawhi can get. He'll be like, okay, I'm hurt, I can't go. And then, PG, he's one to where he feels he's the number one guy, right?
Yeah.
And then the ball is in neither one of those guys' hands, and it's got to go through Westbrook and Harden.
That's a lot to ask for.
It's a lot, man.
It's a lot. All right, we'll take the break. When we come back, we're going to focus in Kings and Warriors. What does Sacramento have to do to get a win at the Chase Center? We'll break it down. This is Game Night right here. Sactown Sports 1140.
All right, we are clear.
All right, what do we got going on in our chat room?
Well, answering your question from earlier, Jalen Duren is still technically 19 years old.
Yeah.
He turns 20 this month.
He's
but
a man-child.
He's crazy good. Like,
he is.
He's going to – I mean, the Pistons aren't going to be any good this year, but he's going to be fun
I don't
to
know
watch.
about that. I think the Pistons are going to win at least 30 games this year.
And I'll tell you
I'm not saying that's good, but it's a big improvement.
Okay, I agree with that.
Hey,
they will be better than the terrible.
And they're going to get better as the season goes along.
And I will tell you this. If it's one coach out there that's known for taking young talent and making them better, is Monty. Monty knows how to get the best out of young talent.
Yep.
That is a fair point. It's kind of interesting to think about him being there, right? Because the Pistons are kind of this team that's always been off to the side. Even when they had Blake Griffin, it was kind of a sideshow. But they have Monty Williams. I kind of it slips my mind sometimes.
No,
it's almost like spinning the block. Remember, when Monty went to Phoenix, where was Phoenix at?
Oh, they were at the bottom.
And
they had made the playoffs.
Dumps. So that's what I'm saying. This dude, I mean, he has the Pied Piper effect. He has the magic touch. So wherever he goes, he gets the best out of his young players.
No doubt. And we know Popovich does the same. Kyle, you are an author on the Spurs. People can get your book at Amazon. Kyle Ledbetter, an author, what's the right word to put on that? You are a published author.
Published author, yes.
Name of the title of the book?
Spurs Dynasty. And
Spurs
you can
Dynasty.
type in my name and Spurs, or my name and Spurs championship, or something like that. And you'll find it.
Worth reading. So the
Kyle
Spurs
wrote a book. My God.
It is a darn good book. I'm not talking. It's not a 10-page pamphlet. It's a 250 plus page book.
I wish I had a copy with
of the
me.
Spurs
I'd hand it to
Dynasty.
you, Henry.
It's a good read, huh?
It's a good read.
Nice.
So tell us about the Spurs this year. What do you see? Because Spurs are kind of like Detroit.
All right. In 30 seconds or less,
Let's hear
I
it.
am very interested in what the Spurs are going to be, because Steve Kerr was joking about how Popovich has been reinvigorated by having Wembanyama back and coaching him. But even beyond that, like the guys he's been developing with Keldon Johnson and Devin Vassell. Like, they're going to be good pieces around Wembanyama. It's going to take 2 or 3 years, but I mean, it's going to be fun to watch while they progress, because I think Devin Vassell just got like $150 million or
He's
something
playing
like that.
Yeah, he's a good player, and Johnson's a good player too.
Yeah, we're coming back in 10. So,
right.
Yeah, that's my 30-second Spurs blip.
Love it. All right, welcome back into Game Night. Final segment taking you until 6:30 tonight. Jason Ross will be here with the High Flyer for that Kings Live pregame. Tip tonight, 7 o'clock, Kings and Warriors. We know last time out, Warriors getting the better of the Kings here in Sacramento, winning that game 122-114. Kings try to return the favor tonight on the road at Chase Center. They'll be doing it without De'Aaron Fox. Draymond Green will be in the starting lineup for the Warriors. Klay Thompson didn't play on Monday night, second night of a back-to-back there, just listed as knee rest. We'll see if Klay Thompson plays tonight for Golden State. Obviously, when you talk Golden State, you're talking Steph Curry, and this kid, he's not a kid anymore. He's 35 years old. He's playing his best basketball possibly of his career, his off season. We know what he does when he golfs, and he wins tournaments by hitting eagle putts to win, and just he's the amazing athlete of all time. But what gets lost in the shuffle a little bit, now at the age of 35, he knew he had to regiment his training different. He actually went over to Dubai and started running sand hills to prepare for the season. That's the level of preparation that Steph Curry puts into it. I think that gets overlooked. We see the ball handling drills, everything else, but his willingness to go the extra mile for the conditioning part of it is unparalleled.
You know, Scott, I just have one question with that.
Yep.
You couldn't find not a sand hill between the Bay Area and Dubai.
I hear you.
Yeah, you know what? I'm for the trip too, Steph, okay? But I do think it's another sand hill that you could have. Matter of fact, it's a bunch of sand over there in Alameda Beach. I know you could have found something
I hear you.
between here and Dubai.
No, but what does that say about a guy who is a finals MVP, a 2-time NBA MVP, who's willing to put in that type of work still?
I think he's understanding that it takes that. You know, when you look at what LeBron does and the way he keeps his body and what he's able to do in year 21, in order for you to make that long trek, to make that stretch the way that he is, your body has to be right. And if you want to continue to play at a very high level, that's the price you have to pay. I'm sorry. There are no shortcuts.
No doubt. And obviously the Kings didn't do a very good job of defending him last Friday night. Now they did start double teaming him, trying to force the ball out of his hands in the fourth quarter. It worked for a little bit. Will we see a lot more of that tonight?
Did they really take the ball out of his hands?
In the fourth quarter, I thought they did a better job of it. I mean, they forced 5 turnovers. They got themselves back in the game.
You know what I saw?
What did you see?
I saw the Kings force turnovers.
Yep.
I didn't think they forced the ball out of his hands. I thought Steve Kerr brought Chris Paul back in, gave the ball to Chris Paul and said, Steph, you work off the ball, and it worked out great.
Okay. Fair enough. Defensively on Steph Curry tonight, what are we going to see? Because obviously they have to do something different.
You're going to see exactly what you've been seeing, Scott. The thing about guarding players like Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, guys who score at such a high rate, they're going to get theirs. You have to stop the auxiliary players. You know, you can't let Kuminga come in and have, 18 and 20 points. You're going to have to be able to, slow Draymond Green down. You can't let Wiggins have double digits, 20 and 5. And the same thing with Klay. You got to slow those other guys down because Steph is a walking bucket, bro.
Mm-hmm.
He can get you 20 without even blinking. All right. So you can't put all your onus just on him. You got to stop those other guys.
Yep. Obviously, Sabonis, Draymond, we've got the intrigue of that with Kayvon Looney, of course, as well. Sabonis last time out had 19 and 18 on Friday night. But I think, especially with Sabonis going back into Chase Center for the first time since last year, be interesting to see.
You think it's going to be a little residue?
I think so. Don't you? As a player, don't think so? You don't think that carries over at all? And you know as a player better than I do.
I tell you what, I think he got over that the game here.
Okay.
I think that he got over that the game here because he played very well against Golden State. He set the tone. He came out and had 11 quick points against Golden State. And I think he understood that the only thing that stopped him in the playoffs was him. Golden State did not stop him. He elected to stop himself. So as long as he stay aggressive, he'll be just fine.
Okay. Some people in the chat are wondering about Colby Jones, if we might see some playing time for him tonight. What do you think? I mean, obviously he impressed in the preseason. Really haven't seen him here in the regular season.
I think you will see some Colby Jones because I think Malik Monk is going to be utilized much more at the point guard position. You know, it's going to be Davion and Malik. So that opens up a little room for Kobe because you're going to get a chance. Of course, Kevin Huerter is going to start. Duarte is going to back him up.
Yep.
Kobe Jones might come in and get some run depending upon how both of those guys are playing. If both of those guys are rolling, Kobe's not going to get any playing time.
Yeah.
But if one of those guys are struggling a little bit and you want to take a look at Kobe, I think he has earned the right to get that look.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because obviously people were excited to see him get some legitimate NBA time. Tonight might be the night, but as you're saying, it's going to be Kings by committee tonight without De'Aaron Fox.
No doubt. You know, Scott, it's very unfair to ask one guy on that basketball team to fill the shoes of De'Aaron Fox. Even though Malik Monk has been able to have big-time scoring nights, we know he can score the ball with the best of them, but it's unfair to ask him, okay, we're going to need you to be De'Aaron Fox. No. You ask every last one of your players to step their game up because it's going to take that to fill that void.
Yep. Obviously, with Draymond on the floor this time versus not being here on Friday in Sacramento, how does that affect the game?
Another leader on the floor, another tone setter on the floor, another defensive-minded guy on the floor. You know, that just gives them a little bit more depth, okay? You take Chris Paul out the starting lineup, you bring him off the bench. Is he going to be more dangerous off the bench? Is he going to be able to get other guys more shots off the bench? I think so. I think Chris Paul and Kuminga coming off, they're going to be a real good tandem to look at. Add on Moses Moody with that, another outside shooter. You know, I think they got a lot going on with that bench now that Draymond is back. So we're going to get a chance to see firsthand tonight.
We are going to find out tonight. All right, that does it for game night. High Flyer is always great to work with you.
Yes, sir.
Loving the Kobe shirt. And, of course, it'll be you staying with Jason Ross here. Kings Live pregame's coming up next. It's the Kings and the Warriors. It is game 2 of 4. It's early in the year. Of course, they're going to see each other again November 28th. The Warriors will be back up here, and I think that's the other part of the story. The Kings got to get a win against Golden State. If they don't tonight, they're going to have to find a way to win on the 28th. Otherwise, Golden State will already have earned the season series against Sacramento. It's crazy these teams are meeting up so much so early on, but that's the way the schedule is this year. Kings are going to have to do it without De'Aaron Fox. That will not be easy. We'll see if they're up to the challenge. Again, Kings and Warriors coming your way. Keep it tuned all evening long. We'll have all the coverage right here. Sactown Sports, 1140. Enjoy your evening, and as always, go Kings.
The Kings are running it back.
He's got the bucket at the buzzer. Harrison